All right, I think that's me.
Yeah, I think it's our typical person.
um, Kind of just going based off my notes, which are a little loosey goosey this time. But I think we started off kind of late in the day. We were actually still at the Madam's Den where Liam found multiple prisoners, all of them slain who had, died and everything like that. So we just confirmed there was no life amidst the rest of the den. Then we headed back to the Manta Rose to meet up with the rest of the party. Um, it was like 3 a.m. Chara and Rowan had stayed up drinking. Rowan then went and did some sparring with Hestava and everything like that, and we all kind of woke up a little bit late towards the afternoon, like noon. We missed breakfast, but Enoch made us some, and then we headed off into the library and other places to run some errands. So Rowan got to say some of her goodbyes to Hestava just in case. Liam and Nina headed off to the page turner.
Rashal.
Yeah,
Yep.
to Rashal, to make amends on his theft that Rashal seemed completely shocked by, but eventually kind of was a deal that if Liam comes across any fancy items, that Rashal will help identify them, and that anything Liam doesn't want to keep, he will kind of like buy or be the, I don't want to say fence, but the person who sells it off, right? Um, then he directed us to the library for stuff on transportation circles, which is what Nina wanted. Rowan and Chara actually headed to the temple, which they find completely decimated, along with a block of houses. Um, Farwick, the priest that Rowan had spoken with before, did not survive. And then the priest in question, who they were talking to, kind of saw Rowan's armor and questioned her about it and like asked who she served. This was Tenek Balin, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, Rowan kind of explained that it was like a still working that out sort of deal. Like she's still loyal to Aronius, but needs to find out more about this Ilmater person who I think Balin actually told you about, specifically around the chalice and everything. So you kind of got a new direction for that. No one survived the blast though, and it did seem on the scale of Red Larch, so the decimation there seemed pretty on par. Rowan did warn him about the Black Shard though, and he promised that if he found anything that seemed like that he would um, not touch it and keep an eye out for it, essentially. We all met up at the library where Nina got Shush to show her the teleportation circles, um, memorizing the sigils for Red Larch, Waterdeep, Mirabar, and Grey Peak Mountains. Liam also met an interesting figure who told him about an alchemist who could send him a potion, who could give him a potion to improve his palate, the tingly tongue. Um, And before we left, we kind of had just like a little heart to heart explaining to Shush that we were worried about them and everything. And he ended up giving Nina a kind of like a sending stone in the form of like a piece of paper that they can write notes back and forth on. So we have someone who can continue to find out information for us. We did dive into some information in the religion section. I think Rowan found a book on Ilmater, talking about his history and allies, learning that they fought with Heronius, and then learning more about the daughter of a young goddess angel who was kidnapped by Hexter, given over to Despater, and just a whole thing. Hexter is the arch foe of Heronius, but also the brother. It was a whole convoluted mess of deity lore that like is not convoluted on your part, but just as
Mm-hmm.
per deity, as per
Yeah.
usual. Nathan found some more info on Easgard, although still kind of looking in that regard as to what he wants to learn. We did head to the alchemist though, where Liam made a deal, I believe, to learn from her, but also get the tongue tingling tincture, right, Liam? I didn't get the full details of your deal with her, but you did something with that. We bought some health potions and then headed back to the Manta
Yeah,
Rose.
I think I gave her the fingers in exchange for like time to learn and the
Okay.
tongue tingler.
Okay.
Like 1 day per finger, I think it was.
Yeah. Once we were back on the Mana Rose, we kind of talked about our next steps and plans. Chara specifically talked a little bit with Parsonus about... Chara, you can correct me if I'm wrong. There was something about like wanting to be with someone, but not necessarily like settling down and all of that, because Parsonus got really tense at the idea of settling down. But it was basically like we still want to be able to spend time with you. How do we continue that forward without pulling you away from Waterdeep, which is clearly your home? So I think the idea is that they're transporting you guys to Westbridge and kind of figuring that out as you go. We did finally find the gifts that Rowan had stashed in our bags, which was very sweet. But Nina, some of us, I guess. Nina found her mirror and everything. But then we teleported off to Red Larch, where we met Davida at the All's Faiths, stayed at the end before heading back to Westbridge, where we found Winnie's hut had begun to kind of being grown over with ivy. There were a lot of new shrines, especially with two Yala with like crops that had been left as gifts that were actually still growing despite being harvested. Nina returned the money she owed to the vault, very clearly that Gulliver had noticed it was gone. Liam did give Pell the ring of invisibility, but with some rules around it. And then we kind of paused there, and the group back on the Mana Rose were talking about, I guess, just kind of doing their own thing. Rowan and Nathan had little heart-to-hearts and everything, talking about, Nina, but then amongst other things, like life and death and all this craziness, that they eventually got Chara to help with communing with Heronius and asking some questions, I think. Rowan wasn't kidnapped. Nathan did not have malicious intent, and Chara's family is not looking for her. And I think that was where we ended it.
Well, the whole Pell and Grund meetup.
Oh, yeah, I kind of glossed over that, where Liam was a kind of fake attacked by Grund. Yeah.
Okay.
And then there was tickling. Lots of tickling. And there was the whole vomiting scene.
Yeah, glossed over it.
I have not forgotten it in 2 weeks.
Okay. So let's see. Okay. Wait, hold on. Here we go. Okay. Coming back to where we did leave off, which was Rowan standing in the valley, the familiar valley. Expansive, dark. You can't quite see the under portion of it. You just see where the lip goes down and continues on. And you hear the familiar voice of your diva behind you. And as you turn and look around, you don't see her standing next to you. You just hear her voice around you. And you see above you a picture out of place, like a stained glass that's been pieced back together. And you see portions of it that are still missing. But you can clearly see the form of Melandra. And you see the bottom portion of a gargoyle-like demon. From like waist down, huge legs, claws as feet, and you see behind it the bottom portion of wings. And from the stance of both, you can tell they are locked in some kind of fight or battle. And you see off to the side still hundreds of pieces, and of these free floating just pieces almost of like memory that she is still working on. And as you kind of gaze over it, you hear her voice once more. It's taken quite some time to get it together. But the more it comes together, the easier it is. It becomes clearer. And more disheartening.
Is this a memory from someone else who was there, or is this an impression from that time?
An impression.
Now that there's more visual of the gargoyle demon, am I familiar with what exactly that demon is based on all the reading we've done or past fights or anything?
Roll me a intelligence check.
Natural 20 for 19.
This, based on all the studies you all have done, the research, your party, friends no longer here, visits to libraries, visits to tombs, ancient dragons, you all have been gathering info on this creature, and you can piece together that this is Fraser Blue.
Okay. I'll look, basically speak towards her. Should we be hunting for this creature? Or continuing on the path that we're on?
Continue on your path. I don't believe you need to hunt him. I believe his path will align with yours at some point.
If you could take so many more lives before reaching us.
Say that again.
He could take so many more lives before reaching us.
You're not ready to face him.
You honestly think I ever will be?
I do. I know you will. And so does he.
That's comforting.
Take comfort in knowing you both have paths. he has seen the end of it. He needs you. He would not dare take you out before the time calls for it.
Guess I might as well fatten myself up for him then.
You are learning very quickly, Rowan. I am proud of how far you have come. Is there anything you would ask of me?
Do you know who my mother is?
Yes.
Would I be able to reach her?
No. She has passed on.
Was she the one that was taken?
Taken?
I heard a story about an angel baby taken. Tried to get answers from Heronius, but didn't know the questions to ask.
You hear almost an echoey chuckle that just passes over the wide expanse of this valley. Oh, Rowan. Do you not understand?
Well, clearly not. There's a lot happening at once. I don't think I'm learning as quick as you think.
And you see the form standing beside you, but this time you don't see the full form. It's a form almost wreathed in light, just not like a blinding light, just like a soft golden glow. It was not the baby. She was a child when she was taken. And it was not your mother. And you're not stupid. Do you know how many people have even attempted to go down this path?
I wouldn't even know what number to throw.
No. I can tell you, even my fellow brothers and sisters in the celestial plane, they do not believe what we are doing has any bearing.
It's always worth trying, isn't it?
It's worth doing.
And not alone.
Never alone.
Do you
Did
know
you
who
reach?
Nathan is?
What'd you say?
So, do you know who Nathan is?
I do.
He's not like my dad, right?
No.
Oh, thank God. Okay. She'll probably know that the humors to just break the tension thought.
No. Though he did know your mother.
I'm assuming she asked him to bring me here.
She asked him to save you. She knew what was going to happen to her. She had foreseen it. And Nathan was a long-time friend. They had a long friendship, and she entrusted you with him. And I do believe it was not misplaced.
I'd say she's probably disappointed in me then for how I've treated him.
I doubt that. The road ahead is only going to get harder.
I think that doesn't scare me as much anymore.
It's good. You are growing. You were a perfect choice as a champion.
I'll try to live up to it. I won't try. I will do.
You see the golden form just kind of turn towards you for a moment, and you can feel them just looking at you. And you see the nod. If there's no more, then go and take with you the blessing of the chalice.
Thank you.
And the light disperses, swirls around you, and you find yourself back on the ship.
I'll just look out over the valley again from the deck. Just taking the sight or whatever.
So the valley was in the vision.
Right.
Oh, so yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
Wherever-
outside the ship. You got it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And so, funny thing I was working out the math. And Nina and Liam, you guys left Red Larch to travel to Westbridge on the 11th of Uktar, and you would have gotten there in 2.9 days. So on the 14th.
I feel like it's taken us a lot less time to travel between Red Larch and Westbridge before, though.
I think you guys were going at a fast pace
Mhm.
because because it is, oops, hold on, let me get back to my notes here. So it's 70 miles between them.
Yeah, that's definitely 3 days.
Yeah. And from the airship, which left the day before, to get to Westbridge is 3.6 days.
Yeah. No, I think that was just a misremembering on the planning part between
Yeah,
the
no.
distance between Westbridge and Red Larch.
Well, and I don't think I probably had real great information for you before, but you guys got to visit Red Larch.
Yeah.
And you got to do your teleportation, and you guys got there, we'll say, a little bit before them.
I actually like the fact that it was all wrong and Nina's idea was totally a wash. Like, I love that. So let's just run with, like, they arrive an hour after us.
It literally, it was like, I was looking at it, I was like, wait, that means they arrived the same day. I was like, oh man.
No, do it. I think it's hilarious.
Okay. So
That's
then, oh man. So yeah.
I think it also, so like, we bought horses last time, which let us move faster than even like walking would, and we didn't have the horses to get. So like, I think it's just we've been on too many different modes of transportation for so long now.
Yeah.
My concept of speed is shot.
Listen, that's why the Manta Rose is now the taxi service of the party. So
If Chara says so, we'll go with it.
I also feel like it's fitting that you're like, ooh, I can now do teleportation. That's clearly faster or whatever. You want to show it off, and you're just like, oh.
User perspective. That is truly hubris right there.
Well, I mean, if you had been going from like Athkatla to the totally different story. But yeah, it's just it just happened to work out that way. But anyways,
I actually did, and the fact that Nina and Liam get some brother-sister time school on the road.
Yeah, it was good. Okay, so Liam and Nathan, Liam and Nina, you two are still at the mansion. Sorry, are still at the mansion. You had talked to Pell, given her the ring. Nina had gotten a nice bath, and yeah, that was one part I did get to
totally
rewatch.
Forgot about that.
I was like,
Pell.
oh man.
Yeah.
And yeah, what are you two wanting to do?
What time of day is it?
It's probably, you guys still morning, we'll say. So it's probably about 11-ish.
Okay. And we had closed off the way into the Mushroom Grove from Winnie's, right? We collapsed that one, but there's still a way to get to it from the mansion, right? I would like to just go check on the sister we left down there.
Okay.
Doesn't have to be
And I
anything
think-
big. I just want to make sure she's okay.
I think last time I said that Pell and I were gonna check for what we left behind. Because Pell said she found stuff. If I'm remembering correctly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in the cabin or the
Yeah.
cottage hut.
Oh, that's right. She actually went exploring in Winnie's and found some
Mhm.
things. Okay, yeah, let's make a trip of that then.
Okay. So you guys head off down the path, walk through the familiar streets of Westbridge. The immediate thing, you are seeing a lot more people kind of milling about. Westbridge seems to have attracted attention. There's you notice there are new houses being built. And roll me I guess roll me an insight check.
17.
18.
Yeah, both of you absolutely get the idea that with the bounty of food and harvest that is being brought in and grown and continues to grow, you get the idea that people are drawn here for this. The abundance of food and the opportunities and the arrival of a new goddess that, you know, has more flair than just harvest. You hear a lot of whispers and talk as you go throughout the town. Pell by your side, you know, just random snippets about the new goddess Yala. Quite a few people, as you pass them, are Yala, be pleased. You know, everyone's kind of waving you. And you hear one person saying to another person, two young teenage girls speaking and giggling, and you hear one of them saying, I heard she had 4 husbands. No way. 4? I hope I get 4. And you keep going on, and you hear another person saying something along the lines of that they heard Yala had been imbued with various elemental powers. And yeah, you just continue your way till you get to Winnie's hut.
Really quick, can we
Yeah.
tell if the continued magical presence here is literally like the belief in Yala perpetuating like a new goddess into existence, or is this some of Chara's like fae rubbed off on the realm? Like, is there continued?
Mhm.
I guess I'm trying to discern: is it actual true religion that's happening, or is there some fae shenanigans that are continuing to go on in Chara's absence? That, like, as a player, I know was the investigator, right? The satyr dude is like. I just want to know, like, is there some? Yeah, what's going on there?
I think you. Roll me an Arcana check.
It's an 18.
At the moment, you don't get a sense that it's necessarily. Oh, it's hard to say. You don't get a sense that there is a fae presence in the city.
Okay, so it feels like more like true religion-y type stuff than.
you really don't sense like any kind of celestial either. It's just kind of almost like the energy that's being put out by everyone else is just combining to create a citywide
We live in a
vibe.
good vibes commune now. Yeah,
Mhm.
good vibes commune now.
So much so that it is affecting even the very soils. But yeah, at the moment you don't sense any fey presence or anything like that. No celestial.
Cool.
All right. You guys head to Winnie's hut.
Pell, how did you get in? Assuming it's all grown over with ivy, did you go through the front door? Is there a hidey hole?
Oh, no, I just went through the front door. Nope, wrong accent. I went through the front door. It's just wide open.
Great. Love with that.
Yeah. Pell walks up to the front door. You see, she reaches up, jiggles the knob a bit so it opens just a crack. And then you see her lean back and she just kicks it inward. And then she like continues on. She's like, all right, all you rats, get out of here. And she starts running around and just shooing rats out of the way and scurrying bugs and stuff out. And she turns and looks at you for a moment, kind of pushing her hair back. They
That's
keep
my girl.
building up in here.
Does it
That's
look
my
like
girl.
anybody else has been messing around in here? Like it does. I mean, it was pretty well left alone, right?
You see, so it was a bit of a mess when you had left because of the collapse of what had happened. Well, on one portion of it, you can see where things clearly don't look the same. Things have been moved around. It does look like people have been in here and, taken things. But it also looks like things have been put back into place. It looks like someone went through here and kind of reorganized.
Okay, I think Nina just kind of waits to let Liam and Pell do their thing because Pell's the one who found the stuff and Liam was the one who was wanting to make sure she didn't mess around with anything dangerous.
Yeah, Pell like huffs and then walks over towards a table, climbs up onto a chair, leans onto the table, and just looks up at Liam and points across. See that shelf over there? All those are all potions, I'm pretty sure.
Liam is gonna point up there and send the crab of holding to just eat them all.
Okay. Yeah, you just kind of send Jonathan up there, jumps up, just goes forward a little bit, crackles forward a little, same thing. And Pell, you just hear her kind of giggling from the table. That's really cool.
You find really cool stuff on the road, Pell.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get one of those. Definitely.
I just like ruffle her hair.
All right, so the really cool thing, come over here. And she grabs your hand and kind of like tugs and pulls you over towards where the fireplace has kind of broken and fallen a bit. The floor is kind of caved in a bit there. And you see her kneel down and she just like pulls you down next to her. And you see her kneel down and then she leans her ear down against the floor. She gestures for you to come down next to her.
So I'm going to come down next to her and I'm going to listen intently to the ground.
Yeah. And she, like, you guys are like kind of face to face, ears to the ground, and you just see her go, shh. And you'll hear it. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
24.
Haha.
I'm rolling hot right now. I say jinxing it.
You listen for a good minute and you hear nothing. And then you hear a voice. Sounds like giggling. Feminine voice. And that's it. Pell looks up at you. Did you hear it?
I did. Do I recognize the voice? Is it like
I
Yeah,
have the
just do I recognize-
24. It sounds like Eunice.
I'm gonna look over at Nina and just be like, she's still here.
Who's here?
Do we consider her a friend? Liam is going to actually ask Nina. Like, is someone we know? Do we consider them a friend? Or are they just like, I don't even know how to describe this person.
Friend might be a bit generous, but definitely somebody that we are responsible for.
Okay. Can
But she can be dangerous, Pell, so just
I mean,
is
she's trapped down there, don't you think? Shouldn't we get her out?
Well, actually, there's another way in. We collapsed this so people in town would not find her because her home's down there and the town doesn't need to be playing with hags any more than they already were.
She's a hag.
Kind of.
Well,
I've always wanted to see a hag.
Well, we gotta go check on her, so sure. As long as Liam's okay with it.
Be okay
I'm
with
just gonna
it.
look at-
Be okay with it.
I don't want to hear anything from you when I commit crimes. And
I
we're
never
just-
say anything when you commit crimes.
Nina, Liam shoots a look at Nina. And then, okay,
Has
let's go.
nothing to do with committing a crime. I don't know what you're talking about.
Let's go.
We gotta go back to the house though, so is there anything else we want to do in town first? You don't want to
Well,
go check
actually-
on Click?
Yes. Thank you for reminding me about Click. I have many children in different cities.
Phrasing.
I'd also like to get these potions checked out. I mean, Zerber just ate a bunch of potions, but we should probably check what they are.
I can work on that.
Jonathan. Okay, so Jonathan, give Nina the potions, and Jonathan's going to open up and just kind of sort of vomit out the potions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just clinking of bottles as they just one by one kind of come out and roll over the table. Pell leaps up. Careful, careful. She kind of gathers them all together, pushing them. I spent a lot of time on these, you know.
No, don't worry, pal. Don't worry.
You guys can head over to Clicks. I'll just wait here and work on sussing these out, and just come get me before you head back to the house.
All right.
It has been a while since we've checked Click's Magic Emporium. Let's see if we get another duck crown.
All right. So, Liam and Pell head to the Hammer and Nail. I need to actually open up my Westbridge thing here. There it is. Is it the Hammer and Nail? Yeah. No. Yeah. Hammer and Nail. All right. You guys head to the Hammer and Nail. And yeah, you see Triskin busily working away, cutting longboards in half, planing them, and he doesn't even see you all walk in as Pell just kind of leads you to the back end, and where you see Click, and he is currently just working on the lights, rehanging some new lights on his little lemonade stand. And Pal just walks up. Hey, Click. Look who's back. Click,
Hi, Click.
would look over. Oh, hi. It's been a long time since you've been back. What are you doing back so soon?
Just doing a visit, making sure everyone's okay, and making sure everything's all right. How have you been? What's been going on?
So much has been going on. So much. There were some bad people that came through town.
Say
I'm
more.
sure Pell already told you about that.
Okay. The new church kind of dealt with them, right?
That's right. Y'all kicked them asses out of town.
Click.
You see his little frog just.
Language, Click.
I learned it from Pell.
You
Liam
see
looks at
Pal
Pal.
just kind
Pal.
of like, I don't know what he's talking about.
Two of you. How's the shop, Click?
It's going great. New stuff's coming through every day.
How's Triskin?
He's doing really good. Really good. We're probably going to be able to afford to build a second portion of the shop. And now he was able to take on an apprentice even.
Oh.
Yeah.
Kind of
How's the apprentice, like?
runs a thin arm under his nose, wiping away some snot.
How's the apprentice? Are you friendly? Are you being friends?
Oh, yeah. She's nice.
She?
Yeah. You don't like girls?
No,
He kind of looks down at Pal for a moment. Pal just looks up like,
What's
I
the
mean-
apprentice's name?
I think it's really hard to pronounce. I don't want to say it. I always say it wrong.
Okay. Well, I guess I'd want to see Triskin and this apprentice to see how they're doing.
Okay.
Before that, what have you got in your shop, Click?
Oh, we got new stuff that came through.
Lay it on me. What you got?
Well, you have to wait until it opens.
Damn, you're right. I forgot it's not the hours yet.
No.
Okay, Click. Then rain check. I will be back later for your shop.
Okay, Mr. Liam.
Just Liam, Click. Just Liam.
Okay.
What am I gonna do? I'm gonna just to the chin, like a little tap, like, aw, you. Not actually punching him, like
yeah, he just kind of brings both his little hands up and just like kind of pats the fist.
Okay, I'm gonna go check out Triskin and see what's going on.
Okay. Yeah, you head in and you see Triskin is carrying one of the plane boards over to an area where you see a half-orc female standing there, and she takes the board from him and sets it down, and then they both pick up sanders and just start sanding along the edge of this long board.
How old is the half-orc?
Roll a perception check.
I see that look, Liza. There's a reason
Why
I'm
is
asking.
that your first question rather than what is your name? How old are you? That's so.
Oh my gosh.
Perception is a 9.
Perception. She looks like a medium age. You're not sure. You're not as familiar with the orc.
Can I at least get if they're a teenager or an adult?
Middle age, so like adult, you think.
Okay. That's a bummer.
Not another child for you to adopt.
Yeah.
I wasn't even thinking about that. I was okay, so here's my logic. I was wondering if this was potentially a crush for Click. That's why I was asking age.
Yeah, no, she's got like, it's almost kind of like a brownish blue hue to her skin with kind of some speckling excuse me, and along the arms that she's got bare at the moment, just wearing kind of a sleeveless loose muslin shirt, and she's got her hair is cut short. It's like almost not buzzed all the way around, but it's very short, and then she just kind of has this almost like a faux hawk just along the edge that kind of hangs to one side, and it's just a bright red hair. But she actually is the first one to see you, and she pauses for a moment, kind of nudges Triskin, who looks up. Oh, look who's back.
Gotta check in on my favorite people. How you doing, Triskin?
We're doing very well, thank you.
I heard.
How are you doing?
We're not dead yet.
No, you look quite alive.
Couple close calls. Pretty
I'm
sure my
sure.
sister died.
Oh.
But she's around. She's walking, breathing, sucking air.
That's good. That's good.
Yep. She caught a case of the death, and then she got better.
Well,
I hear you guys are opening up a second of the shop.
yes.
Exciting.
Yeah, we're actually we had to put a hold on all of our orders to be able to have time to actually build it. But yeah, Yazgash here needs a place to stay. So currently she's staying at the halfway house, but if she's going to continue her apprenticeship, excuse me, words are still hard. Well, I'd rather just she be here. So we're building a area for her, and then opening the shop up a bit more too. We're definitely having a lot of business with Yala's blessing everywhere. Kind of smirks.
Okay. Have you been getting a lot of specific orders for things?
Oh yeah. There's typically a shrine order almost every day. And everyone wants some kind of thing built for themselves.
So it's just a lot of like Yala stuff that you've been building?
For the most part, I assume the craze is going to die down at some point, but
until then,
everyone's had bounty. I've never seen Westbridge so plentiful. Everyone's doing well. I mean, everyone's deciding to build on to their homes, renovations. I guess it's a season of plenty for Westbridge at the moment.
Right. Well, I asked Tristan just because I don't want you to lose your skills focusing on just like the shrines. Like, have you been building anything else? Or has it just been the shrines lately?
Oh no, I mean, like I said, we've been doing renovations for other people. Yeah. Plus, there's always new families happening, so got to make beds, dressers, furniture, things like that.
What's the biggest job you've had?
Recently, probably when we were building the temple.
Mm-hmm. Have you built any houses?
Yeah.
How much does it typically cost to build a house?
Depends on how big you want it, how many rooms, what kind of setup you want. If you're just like wanting a one-person shack, I mean, that probably do that for, I don't know, 100 gold pieces.
Gotcha. Okay.
That includes, the outhouse, kitchen area. Why, are you looking to build?
Out of character, just want to confirm. We were at Waterdeep before, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the big city?
Yeah.
Okay. And Red Larch is where Gallivant is.
No.
So, yep. No?
We're in
Gallivant's...
Westbridge. Gallivant's here. We're at the mansion. Red Larch is where the chapel was, the big temple, All Faiths temple.
Okay, I'm forgetting then.
Yeah, you're okay.
What's the shop that I've been putting posters around for?
Oh, Valavo's. That's in Red Larch.
Valivo. Okay.
Yep.
So Valivo, Gallivant, Tristan, and now the Page Turner in West Waterdeep.
I know it. You guys have gone all over the place.
I'm thinking about all the shops I have connections with, and now I'm, Tristan.
I'm thinking you should start writing some notes, my friend.
Probably. Unfortunately, my notebook is actually with the movie.
Just need an Excel sheet with like shop names, how many flyers you have, when you put them out.
Okay. Tristan, have you thought about not just opening up a bigger part in your shop, but have you thought about, I don't know, connecting to other cities?
Like expanding?
Yeah. So weirdly enough, I've got connections with a shop over at Red Larch, Gallivant over here, and I just made a connection with a shop in Waterdeep. I keep saying Westbridge, Waterdeep. What if you guys just all sort of, I don't know, teamed up and made orders for each other and just opened up a commerce route or something? Some sort of centralized place where people can get all these different things from you guys. Sort of, you can name it something like, I don't know, some fancy giant forest. What are some giant forests in Faerun?
That's real interesting. Yeah. I gotta be honest with you though. I've only actually owned the shop for a little over about a month and a half. I appreciate it. I appreciate that you think we're as capable of expanding.
No, honestly, you've been a friend, and you got Click here. You've been helping and taking care of Belle. I just want to help you guys out. If there's anything that I find that I can give you guys, or any connections I can make for you guys, please. Seriously, we can name it after something. I don't know. Some place where you can get everything from A to Z. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, come up with a business plan or something. I think that's what they call it. You know, we can talk about it sometime. I just know, I feel like things are just getting normal. Well,
I hear you, and don't let me
normal as they
push you
can
too
be
hard.
around here.
Don't let me push it too hard.
I kind of just,
Yeah, let me know if there's anything we can do to help you out.
oh, that's
Um,
it's real nice of you. I feel like you all have already given me so much. So much.
Not-
So
it's not a matter of giving; it's a matter of just helping each other out. You guys have helped us out, so we just keep doing it for each other. And the flip side is, I'll toss you guys a few coins when you help us out. So
all right. Well, it's good to see you.
I'm
Gotta
not
get back
going
to
anywhere
work.
for too long. I'm gonna come back a little later to check out Cook's shop.
All
If
right.
you want, me and my sister over at Gulliver's mansion for dinner. Bring your apprentice and click.
You see him kind of look over at the half orc who's just kind of been standing there the whole time, arms crossed, watching. She just shrugs. Sure. I like food. Always wondered what the inside of that mansion looks like.
Believe me, it's nothing too special.
It's a mansion.
I mean, it's just
Better
a
than
big
a
house.
halfway house.
Which is better which is better than just sleeping on the floor, on the dirt. But yeah. Okay. See you guys later. I'm gonna go check in on my sister. I gave her some random potions we found, so hopefully she's not dead again.
Okay. Well, good luck.
It really makes it seem like he is the least, the less in danger one.
All right. Crew of
And I do want to come back later to see Click.
right. Okay. Those that are on the Manta Rose, Chara, Rowan, Nathan. You all have had 3.5 days of travel. Anything in particular? I know we kind of RP'd some of the travel and stuff. Was there anything any of you did not get to do during the travel that you are wanting to?
Sorry, I'm just a chaotic mess over here. I love that Liza got to watch all of that. Everybody got to see.
I love nonchalance of like you just like
Yeah.
grabbing set it back.
I did want to send a message to Parsoness's mother at some point with my very new fancy sending spell or message, not message, but sending spell. But
Okay.
that was literally it.
Okay. Yeah. You cast sending.
I spend a copper to do it.
Okay.
Just,
What do you say?
oh shit. Yeah. I guess I did have 2 weeks. I did have 2 weeks to think about it. And I still couldn't think of an eloquent way other than being like, oh my gosh, what is her name? Nicolacia. Nicolacia. Yes. And it would be something like it would be like, Nicolacia, this is Chara. You had discussed a deal. Send me your next steps at your earliest convenience. And we'll see what she says back.
Good to know you're not as dumb as I thought. You'll receive the full workup of the contract. I'm so pleased. You really are my favorite. Tell the boy I said hello. And that ends.
Perfect. That was easy. Exactly what Chara would say. Perfect. Easy. I don't have to do anything else. She's probably been stressing that the whole time. And then it's like, all right, cool. Easy peasy. I was
Okay.
thinking, Chara would, in anticipation of going back to Westbridge, would pack up her little stick bag. So she would go through her bag and like put her new trinkets in her bag and like get that ready to go.
Okay.
Does she find her gift from Rowan then?
Yeah.
Yes, you do. You find a probably about 6-inch tall Yala figurine made of wood. But one side of it is the persona of Yala that you created, and then the other side is just Chara.
I love it. Chara is obsessed with this. And you'll likely see her carrying it around a whole bunch. Like it just lives in her pocket now. And she would smile down at it and just kind of slip it into her pocket and, you know. She probably wouldn't say anything, but you would see her playing with it from time to time.
Gotcha, yeah. I probably would never, like, walk up to you and be like, oh, you found it or anything. It's just that those moments where it's like, we're on the same page, but just refuse to talk about it. But, yep, that's what you find.
Does Rowan carve her name or initials into it in any way?
No.
Okay.
I basically, as I had said, I will try and, like, every morning, if she's so inclined, like, basically be sparring with Estiva.
Mm-hmm.
And probably spending a lot of time on the, like, observation platform. Kind of just not necessarily fully on meditating, but just trying to, almost like yoga or something, to try and be a little more connected to her spiritual side now that she's seeing Amruta a little bit more recently. And then probably be like thinking about, I hope everything's okay with Nina and Liam at night when she like goes into the room and it's like Nina's not sleeping there. So there's a little bit of an absence that she didn't realize that she would notice. Except for the book that's sitting there, probably.
Are you muted? Can anyone else hear her?
I don't hear.
Yeah, I was muted. Sorry. The Manta Rose arrives at Westbridge. With your direction, you guide them towards the mansion, towards the backyard area where there's a nice clearing for them to set down. And yeah, you arrive. It is probably about 1-ish at this point. As you all depart. The Parsoness would push open the door, and with Philippe's help would lower a plankway, and he would look back at all of you. Well, it's always nice to arrive somewhere new, step down on new ground. After you, my dear. Gestures to you, Chara.
Yeah, Chara would bound down very excitedly, and just kind of not make haste, but she's definitely not walking slow to get into the mansion.
Yeah.
That was the word.
Yeah, as all of you start to depart, and Parsoness lays eyes on the mansion, as he steps up next to you, you hear him whistle, and he's like, "Wow, that's a nice mansion. This is where you've been staying here."
Yeah. Gulliver, the mayor of the town, has been kind enough to let us stay.
That's very lovely.
Nathan walks by at this point and leans over. In other words, we forced him to. And I keep walking.
Oh, yeah, that is how that happened, I think.
Well, it's very quaint. And he starts to move forward, pauses a second, turns and looks back at you. That probably didn't come out right. I hope that didn't come off wrong. I didn't mean to say it's not. It's a very nice mansion. It is. It's lovely. And I very much look forward to staying in it.
It's really fun to watch you blush.
Yeah.
The Chara will just walk right past him.
Kind of drops his head for a moment. Hestiva just marches past, not looking. Philippe just kind of walks up. He's short enough that he walks up next to him, just looking up at him, and Parson is just like, "Shut up." Starts walking forward. Yeah, you see Gulliver at the back entrance. Walks up to you, Nathan.
Sir?
It's about time. All of you are alive, I assume? Looks past, sees Rowan, Chara. Sees Chara and immediately ducks his eyes. Yep. Good.
Made sure we were... What?
That's wonderful.
You all right?
Yep. Marches back inside. Let me know if you need anything. You know your rooms are.
Yes, sir.
What would you all like to do? If anything. The crew's going to settle into whatever rooms you show them to.
We should probably warn them. Chara says out loud to everybody.
Hestiva's like kind of marching forward, her boots just like clacking along the marble hallway, echoing, and just stops suddenly.
Well, okay, so the house isn't haunted per se, but there are, what would you call them? Traps? Some places, right?
This place is booby trapped, this mansion that this old little man lives in.
Yes.
All right. We're good with traps. Well, just show us which ones to avoid.
No idea where they all are. There is this
Wonderful.
one painting.
Great.
There's this one painting. The food is fantastic though. And the bath is always warm. And yes. There's also a really cool swimming pool.
Very nice. This will be a bit of a vacation for us, it sounds like.
Just don't fall into any paintings or open anything suspicious.
Right.
Who has really high passive perception?
It's me. I have really high passive perception.
Yeah. Isn't yours like 19 or something?
It's 20, actually.
Okay. You will probably see a slight blush on Rowan when you mention the pool. Just an FYI.
I'm going to file that one away for later.
You're welcome.
All right.
Well, Nathan just goes to the main hall and kind of sits there and waits.
Where are Nina right now?
You don't know.
So, if I'll just ask Gallagher that then.
Okay, you march up to his office where he quickly departed towards and knock on his door, peep your head in, and you see him looking tense for a moment until he sees you, and then he kind of relaxes. Yes.
Just trying to find our friends who got here before us. Seen
Oh.
them moving around?
Yes, they went into town with the little angry girl. They went towards, I believe, the hag's hut. Winnie's. They went to Winnie's, I believe.
Are you okay?
Mm-hmm. Very busy. Busy man. Gestures to all the papers.
I'm glad I don't have your job.
Thank you.
Also, her name is Pell. I mean, she's been here for how long?
I know her name. I know her name. It's a game. We have a game we play where I call her Little Angry Girl and she calls me Grumpy Old Man. It's not weird.
I didn't say it was, but
All right.
I will
Anything else?
do it.
Okay.
Grumpy old man. I'm gonna slowly back out.
As you're backing out, you see him like slightly disturbed look on his face as you call him that, and it settles in that an adult's now calling him that, and he's just like, no, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. And you close the door.
Does Liam have an earring right now? Who all has earrings? I have one.
I think I wrote this down last time.
Yeah. We need to write it down better.
I don't know. Does Liam have an earring? Maybe you should check. Try to send a message. See if he answers.
Liam, Nina, Hestava, and Gallagher is who I have written
I
down.
took the one from Hestava,
Okay.
so I have it. So okay,
Liam, in my notes.
okay.
Okay.
I will when I back out of the room. I'm like, knock knock, Nina and Liam. We're in town.
Okay, first of all, I don't want to talk about the fact that you guys arrived here an hour after we did.
What?
Never mind, I'm at Winnie's.
What?
William is just gonna, under his breath, say, "You could have just not said anything."
I still heard that. You gonna be there long? Should we wait for you here? Come to you? What?
No, I'll come back up to the house. Liam, did you hear that? I'm going back up to the house without you. I take all the potions back up there and continue trying to identify them.
Okay. Nina, while you're identifying these, go ahead and roll in, or you're going to use your spell.
Sorry, I hit my standing desk and it started auto. No, Ray.
I was like, wow, is your camera moving?
Absolutely. I don't have the identify spell, so I was just going to use Arcana to
Yeah.
try to identify these.
Yeah, go for it. Roll an Arcana check.
15.
15. Yes. You go through the first bottle and just kind of working your way down the line. And as you do, you're just kind of confused. The potions, you're not reading anything arcane off of them. And by the end of it, you kind of get the idea that these are not even magic. They have no magical properties. And you see a lot of things kind of floating in them, like crushed herbs and mushrooms. You see a rat's tail in one, half of a bug carcass in another, and what looks like it might be glitter in another one. And yeah, you're getting the idea that these are not actually potions.
Does the way they are bottled remind me of the potion she sold us to fix Liam? Or does it look like Pell has been mixing things into bottles and making potions?
Nina is very good at spotting things, and you definitely get the idea this is a work of a child.
Okay, perfect. She starts coming up with names for these potions as she heads back to the manor that she's going to tell Liam Pell may. No, she's not going to tell Liam Pell may, but she's going to come up with potions in her head to go along with this. And I will figure that out. How many would I have? 3 or 4?
You had about 6.
6. I will come up with names for those.
Okay. All right. And whatever various ingredients you think you could find in a random hut where animals and bugs and stuff go through, feel free to, you can do what you wish with that.
Yeah. Cool. I will also, this won't last. I was going to try to infuse them with prestidigitation to give them a little thing, but I'll do that if anyone tries to drink one. That's just my plan for those. Yep.
Great. I love it. Okay. So the rest of you, Liam and Nina, Liam, you said you wanted to head somewhere else first, or are you heading back to the mansion?
Click shop when it's open. But if
Okay,
it's not open right now, back to the mansion.
Yeah, back to the mansion. All of you head. Front door opens, Nathan, and you're still seated there. First thing you see is the door flying open, banging against the wall as you see Pell mid-kick and like come down and just say, "Hi." She runs up to you and looks kind of like, as you're like leaned over, like probably elbows on your knees or something. And she just kind of looks up at you. "Hello."
Well, hello there.
"I don't know you very well, but I remember you."
That's neat. I remember you too.
Reaches up and kind of like touches your hair. "How do you get it so blonde? It's so golden. I've never seen like hair this golden before."
If I remember, I'll let you know.
"All right."
It was a long time ago. By the way, be nicer to big old doors, will you?
They're not very nice to me. They're really hard to open.
Probably.
They're
And
like
gonna be
really
hard
heavy.
to get off you when they break off and fall on you.
You think I could do that?
I think you could break it off, sure. I don't think you'd get it off you, though.
I am pretty strong. And I think I'm getting stronger Look at these
Yeah.
babies. She like shows her
Well, you
muscles off.
definitely put me to shame.
Hmm. Those are pretty.
I'm just gonna roll a sleight of hand for giggles.
Okay.
19 plus whatever I have. Oh, 24. So he kind of leans over to her and gives her a pat in the shoulder
Uh-huh.
and leans back and holds up her knife. But strength don't mean nothing if you don't pay attention.
You see her face freeze and like kind of drops a little. And then her blue eyes just flicker up towards yours. You're going to have to show me how you did that.
Speed, not strength.
Speed.
And he just hands it back to her.
She takes it, does a little flip with it and catches it. And then twirls it like she saw Liam do in the past and tucks it away. Speed. All right.
That's my girl.
Watch this. And she runs and bolts down the hallway, disappearing. Nina and
I guess I'm supposed to wait here, right?
you just hear from far down the hallway, "No, you're supposed to chase after me."
I'll give you a couple more seconds head start.
All right. You just hear footsteps slapping away. Liam and Nina come through the front. You see Nathan sitting there, calling down the hallway towards Pell, who's just disappeared.
Hell, don't get hurt.
You just hear giggling going off. And Rowan and Chara, you also come downstairs?
Yep.
Okay. All of you
Yes.
meet in the foyer.
Nathan will just stand up and look at Nina.
Hey, you guys made it.
We did. Just glad you're okay.
Yeah, just I actually forgot how long it takes us to get from Red Larch to Westbridge. So we got here this morning.
Oh,
Like an
I
hour
guess the
ago.
horses didn't make it any faster.
Guess not.
Hmm.
We didn't actually get horses in Red Larch. I teleported us to Red Larch, which was hilarious because Liam puked all over the priest's feet. And we walked. Which is what
Liam suddenly starts to feel queasy hearing this.
Right. Oh,
Anyway.
I'm just glad you're okay. He takes off his jacket and kind of throws it over the railing. I have a kid to catch, and he'll use dash and just fucking disappear.
Liam's gonna look at Nina and just say, "Brr, feels cold in here."
What?
Meanwhile, Chara's over there looking with literal hearts in her eyes, like
Feels
What do you
pretty
mean?
good to me. Rowan's gonna just say, like,
Yeah.
We're glad to know that you arrived safely. And Rowan's gonna walk up and give you a hug, Nina.
Guys, it was like 3 days. She hugs you back though.
And then I'll look over at Liam and be like, I'm gonna give you a hug.
Liam just bows, and as he's bowing, starts to walk backwards.
I'm gonna reach out and grab the top of your jacket. Like, 3 days is 3 days. It's in the die, remember?
Liam takes the hug, but he doesn't know what to do with his arms.
It's okay. I will give you like the big bear hug where it goes around the outside of your arms. You don't have to be so awkward about it, but good to see you again.
Good to see you too. Please let me go.
Anything new with Westbridge?
Yeah, so Yala is the cat's meow around here. She's literally everywhere.
Awesome.
And
That's great.
apparently her influence is what helped drive the cult members out. So, but like, I was all for when you started this. How are you keeping it going? Like her shrines, you've either actually created a goddess or you've got friends helping you out, right?
What are you talking about?
Liam's just like, oh god.
Cool. Like, how do I describe this? Like, you've literally created a blessing of plenty on the town. Everyone's crops are thriving. Literally, things placed at the altars are continuing to grow. Westbridge is growing, and she kind of like walks you over to a window that like looks over the cliff and over the city, and you can see like all the new construction and stuff that's happening. Like, this is
Chara.
real now.
Chara goes and like looks at her hands and it's like, awesome. Awesome. Well, I mean, I'm sure that there is a bad side to this, but I'm failing to see it at the moment. To me, this feels like a win.
Oh, I fully agree. I haven't
Like,
seen the bad side yet. Yeah. I mostly was just concerned if it's this easy to create a deity, how easy is it to corrupt it with everything we're dealing with, you know?
You think so? Your hypothesis right now is that I created, ma'am, that I created a whole deity.
I don't know if you. I don't know. I just know that something is going on, and whatever it is came about relatively quick, and I'm just worried that the cults will figure it out and turn it against us with that same. I don't know. I still think it's good for now.
It could always be that there is someone else out there other than the cults that are potentially fucking with us.
I don't want to think about that. We don't need more than 4 enemies. 4 is plenty.
Has anybody just somebody who's a little bit more religious than I am tried praying?
Wait a second.
Not to like, because like I could talk to y'all, but you know that's like a little different. But
maybe but I have another thought. Liam, you heard Eustace. I wonder if she's been affecting things from below.
Why? I just realized that you said I heard it too. What if she is? We have like, what was she, a mushroom person?
I mean, technically a hag, but yeah, she seemed to have an affinity for mushrooms. Her own garden was thriving. Why couldn't that translate up? All right. By the way, these potions are dope. I'll tell you about them later.
Oh, okay. I'd like to try one later. So cool. What if we really want to make this, and I'm gonna put it out there. I admit I'm not 100% supportive of this whole Yala thing. I don't feel like we should replace a cult with a cult. But what if we made Eunice the face of Yala?
Well,
Then the
y'all
people-
already have the face. There's literal shrines. What do you mean?
Well, people always assume what something looks like, and then they meet the god, and the god's like, "Oh, this is what I actually look like." Plus, it would then kind of make Eunice be taken care of by the entire city or entire town.
I think she's safer left alone, to be honest.
All right.
But we should go check on her once Nathan's done chasing Pell around. You think she's used her ring of invisibility on him yet?
I would be very disappointed in her if she hasn't.
Well, it's not going to work. I'm just curious if she'll learn that.
She's a smart girl. She reminds me of us in the triplets.
I figured
And that-
that's why you kept her around.
And Liam just walks away after saying that because he doesn't want to get too into it. In fact, he's going to go out and kill time until Click Shot opens.
Chara, you want to go check on Eunice with me and see if perhaps anything is going on down there?
Sure. I'm up for an adventure.
And then I lean and I say, oh, and I also told Gulliver about Perseus in a not so subtle you guys were together kind of way, which made him grumpy. I'm sorry. I may have done it on purpose, though.
I'll get you back. Don't worry. I'll get you back. Don't worry. Well, I will talk to Gulliver.
He might want to wait a bit. He seemed to be taking it kind of hard. Because I'm assuming, based on his reaction to talking to me, his face was doing things.
Well, more reason to not wait. He shouldn't stew or be in pain.
I mean, fair, I guess. I don't know how to handle this. But if he starts to give you any words, you let me know.
I will. I strongly doubt that'll happen, but I will. But let's check on Eunice first. If we think that she is affecting the vibes, the Yala stuff, I want to make sure that we're checking in.
Okay. I will point a finger in whatever direction Nathan ran off in and message him and just say we're going to check on the mushroom lady.
All right, sounds good. Do you want some company?
If you are done chasing children.
What do you want me to roll to a founder or not?
Phrasing.
Roll investigation.
That's a straight 14. Thank God she didn't say perception.
Oh. You run where you last heard footsteps, which is the pool room. You hear a slipping noise, like a sneaker against water, and you hear
Right.
"Whoop!" and then a splash. And a second later, you see just this watery outline climbing out of the pool. And the ring undoes, and you see Pell standing there looking at you, just drenched.
Hi.
I meant to do that.
Okay. Try again later.
Can you, dry me up?
I cannot. No.
You don't... You're...
I mean, I could try. Hop on. And he, gets down on one knee and kind of points to his back.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to do, the magic thing. But this will be funner.
No, I don't have the magic thing. And he will just full tilt dash everything he has to go around the manor and come back in the front door.
Just squealing joy as you go around. At one point, you have to duck beneath a tree, and you hear her arm going to whack at it and try and grab leaves as you run by. And yeah, you get around to the front and set her down. She's still wet, but she doesn't look near as embarrassed and looks very pleased. You're right.
Go find yourself some dry clothes.
All right. And she darts off upstairs.
He'll go over, grab his jacket, and head down to where the tunnels are.
All right. So Chara, Nina, and Nathan are headed down below. Rowan and Liam, what are you guys doing? Liam, I know you were waiting for Click's Emporium to open, correct? Okay. Rowan, what are you doing?
I'll go with them.
Okay. All right. So, the rest of you all head down the long stairway, get down, weave your way through the dark hallways that you notice it looks like they've been dusted some. And you definitely pick up on a path of footprints. And roll me investigation.
$21.
Okay. You see a set of footprints back and forth that you definitely gather to be Gulliver's. You see a secondary set of footprints that look, yeah, you're not sure whose they are, but they definitely look more like an adult, a medium-sized individual. And you only see them going in. You don't see any footprints coming out. As you make your way down the long cavernous hallway and eventually find your way in to...
I will point these out to everyone else and just say maybe we should be quiet heading in, see if we can spot whoever else might be here.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, hold on. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Sorry. I forgot how creepy Winnie's...
I was going to say, this music just turned real foreboding.
Yeah.
I
forgot how creepy it was.
No.
All right. Let me drop you onto the map for her. Just as a reminder.
After Nina points out that the footprints and we're heading down, I'm going to cast Beacon of Hope on everyone just to be on the safe side.
Okay.
No one heard that. Why you gotta remind me of my past failed romantic attempts?
Hold on. I'm gonna take your things off of here because those are old ass tokens.
Gotcha.
Let me grab your. I don't think I was expecting you guys to go down here. Let me grab them from. Ask. Nope. Waterdeep. Here we go.
Why would we ever do anything that you would expect?
Why would you
Gia?
ever? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, you have to start playing 4D chess and like
I know.
expect us
What
to
am
do
I
everything.
thinking?
Gotta get a crystal ball.
I got all of you here.
Yeah, I
Okay.
truly didn't expect to turn this into a whole thing. I just wanted to make sure, but the
I
fact
love
that you
it.
didn't expect us to come down here makes me think maybe my theory was wrong.
But it's part of the game.
Nah. Okay. So you all, except Liam. Liam, I'm just gonna throw you off to the side just so you can see what's going on. But
I'm walking the nice, easy streets of Westbridge, where nothing bad will happen to me as I wait to enter a child's shop.
that's right. That's right.
All those words were chosen with purpose.
Yeah.
As I see Liza's face.
You. Oh boy. Hold on, I have to find all my little things here.
Oh, it's Corbett. That makes me feel a little bit better.
Corbett and Gallagher, right?
Gulliver's not with you.
I thought
Wait,
we saw
what were you saying?
Gallagher's. I thought we saw Gallagher's footprints going in, but not out.
You saw them going in and out.
Oh, okay.
It was the
Yeah.
larger footprints that we saw just going in. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you come into Winnie's garden. It is expansive cavern, and everything here looks very the same, if not even more growth. The air almost feels fresher. You move forward, walking down the path, and start to make your way past the cusp of trees, and you hear movement come, soft footsteps, like on leaves. And you see the head of Eunice Bogwart peek around. And almost like creepily peeking around one of the trees. Hello.
Hi,
You've come
Eunice.
back.
We wanted to check on you.
Garden missed you. Trees don't like your smell.
Nina goes rude, but okay.
She kind of like her forehead leaned against the tree, and she kind of does one of these like slow turns. But I like company.
Do you have company?
Yes. She kind of walks and turns, starts walking forward, and you hear a crumpling of almost like old sticks and branches. Something sliding and crawling almost like across the growth of the ground. And you see the form of Winnie, her corpse, with growth of mushrooms coming out of it, vines, there's moss growing off of, like, out of one of her eyes. And you see the form just kind of crack a bit and just slowly move forward. And Eunice looks at her, brushes a hand down her face. Winnie. Winnie. Kind of sweeps around her. She missed you.
I think Nina visibly tenses at that, but keeps going.
Yeah, Eunice just kind of leans forward, picks up a piece of Winnie's hair, smells it, and starts to walk forward.
Nina would just feel like Nathan's hand on the small of her back, and you just hear this. Now that's downright unsettling.
Yeah, I don't mind creepy, but that's creepy.
You see Winnie or Eunice walking forward, kind of gesturing you on, and you see her pause for a moment and look at the ground. And then she drops to her knees and starts digging quickly. And she pauses, scoops the hand in, and then kind of turns it. And you see a little, almost like a little, not a roach, but kind of in that shape, crawling up her hand. And as you look at it, it's got little kind of purpley spots along its carapace. And she kind of twirls her hand around and lets it crawl up and over, and its little wings kind of flutter a bit. She holds it out. These. And she walks up to you, Nathan, and holds it up towards you. See?
I definitely see. What am I seeing?
It's the bug. Just crawling up and down her arm.
If we look around, I know you said it had looked relatively the same, but does it look like anything on the ceiling is especially thriving or anything? Like that she started to make some kind of attempt to reach out of the surface, or not really?
You don't see anything along those lines.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? I just realized I had you coming in through the fireplace entrance, which is not correct. Well, let me throw you over here. That's the entrance that you would have come in.
I'm going to specifically try to follow where the tracks go that don't leave.
Yeah, the tracks in the dirt led in here. Once it hit grass, you can roll a survival check if you'd like to see if you can see where they go.
I'll
if
give you
can
the help
still
action.
see them.
Yeah.
That will be a 23.
Yeah. You notice impressions in the grass. They're soft and almost non-existent, but seeing Eunice barefoot and how she strolls across the grass and doesn't leave any type of imprints, you see the footprints and you start to see impressions of them throughout the rest of the cavern. as if, and in the impressions of them, as you look at them, it looks like the impressions of someone that has been stumbling about.
Like aimless, basically.
Kind of aimless, dragging at some points. It's just very aimless, random. And another thing you notice with that roll, you don't see, as you're kind of searching around and you recall where Sadie's body was left, you don't see it there anymore.
Well, shit.
Yeah, I'll basically, like, once I see that, have, like, over my shoulder, just made eye contact with Nina and just, like, point down. 'Cause as you're having your whole conversations with Eunice and everything.
Yeah. Eunice, Nathan, she kind of reaches down and, like, brings your hand up, if you'll let her. Is that a yay or an nay? Or are you thinking? She just kind of lifts your hand and she lets the little bug crawl onto your hand. And then she pulls you along towards the wall. And you see coming out of the roof of this cavern, roots have just broken through and are reaching down, just like big ass roots all along the top of the cavern and reaching down at some points. And she just kind of lifts your hand up to one of them, and the little bug just jumps onto the root, and you see it burrow in and then disappears. And she looks at you, and just this look of elation on her face. And then she just sweeps and starts to do this little girl almost walk back and forth as she starts to move forward again.
What Chara would kind of speak up and just be like, "What kind of bug was that?"
Bug. Healing bug. The right bug. They make things right. Better.
How?
It is their nature.
Pretty.
Eunice, we've
So
said hi to
pretty.
Winnie. Where's Sadie?
Sadie. Roll me a perception check. All of you can.
Well, it was a 1, but it makes an 11.
Okay.
14.
Is
Dirty 20 for me.
Oh, nice. Great. Yeah. Rowan and Nina, You hear floorboards shifting within the hut. And then you hear a clinking sound. Eunice turns and looks at you, Chara, as you say that. Sadie, my sister. My sister. The bugs made her right too. And she turns and starts to walk towards the hut.
Fuck. You think she's gonna kill us for killing her?
Will she
I'm
have
so-
a memory?
I'm so confused.
Sadie, Eunice makes her way over, gets distracted, and starts playing with the water over here.
I was gonna say Nathan probably follows first to keep everybody behind him.
I'll go next.
I'll follow and just over your shoulder be like, just don't eat the bugs to get healing powers.
It was one time.
Doesn't mean it won't happen again.
All right.
I'm not Liam. I learned my lessons.
All right.
Liam suddenly feels insulted but doesn't know why.
Your ears are ringing.
So you all come around the corner. You see the hut, and you see and hear the creaking sound and watch as the form of Sadie, still corpse-like, stepping out of the hut. One side of her, the left side, her shoulder, looks like it's been disconnected, or disjointed, pulled out of joint, and is just kind of hanging there as she walks out. And she pauses at the door and just looks at all of you. And then you hear another movement behind her. And you see the familiar form. White hair, dark gray skin. Stumble up behind her. Pause a moment. What are we waiting for? Oh. And you see Corbett kind of slide past, squeeze between Sadie, who's in the doorway, and her, and just kind of squeezes by. Ugh. Well, all of you have come back. Wonderful to see you. All of you are alive and well. Wonderful to see you. And you notice he's kind of stumbling a bit, has a bottle in hand, looking at all of you. Oh, did you come to visit Eunice? Or just come to visit the wonderful cavern?
Matt's playing with the dog, so I'm going to be on mute for a second so he can tire them out, but yeah.
Look at you! And he looks at you, Rowan, walks up towards you. That is some fine armor. Though I know if I kind of leans forward, squinting at the symbol. That's new. I don't know if I've ever seen that one before. You look really good, Rowan. Really well.
You look like you're doing better.
All right. Much better. Much better. see his eye kind of twitch a bit. And you notice him pause for a minute, and then his head kind of turns and looks towards you, Nathan. Did you leave Windbane in the ship, or do you still have it on you?
It's in the ship. I never took it with
It's in
me.
the ship?
Yeah.
He looks at you for a minute. Looks over at Chara. Twitches a bit again. Well, come. There's plenty. You need food, drink. Lots of drink. Need
Okay,
anything?
I'm gonna say it. What the hell are you doing down here?
Well, I just followed the path. I was helping Gallivo one day and thought it looked nice.
Why did you stay?
Are you kidding? Look at this place. It's a garden.
Surrounded by
beautiful.
corpses.
Just corpses. Been surrounded by much worse.
Can I do an insight check to see if it seems like he's under his own faculty? Like, does it seem like someone else or there's some force controlling him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go for it.
Yep. That's a natural 1 for 8 total.
Okay. Yeah, you cannot get past the amount of alcohol on his breath at the moment.
Yeah, I'm very much like Nathan was having to ask because I'm basically like trying to process seeing him here, and it's throwing me off.
Why don't we get food, but maybe come back up to the house for it, Corbett?
The house. Oh. There's plenty of food here. But yeah, we can go back up. That's fine. Could stock up on. Oh, well, yes. All right.
I just want to make sure he can leave. Yeah, that's Nina's.
You see him look back at Sadie. Stay.
Yes, please stay.
Turns, walks up to Eunice. Thank you again. As always, you've been wonderful. Stay weird. And he kind of marches past all of you, somewhat stumbling, and makes his way up towards the entrance. You all follow?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You all follow him, and you all make your way back up to the mansion. It's a bit of a slow walk back, as you're following a drunk man. And where is the mansion?
Yeah, so as far as we can tell, nothing seems to be influencing the surface from down below. Like Eunice is using these bugs to make her sister's walking corpses, but otherwise things felt the same.
There was a different energy in the air.
Okay. So maybe the bugs that she put on the roots might be quote unquote healing something above, but there's just a little bit, I don't know, there's something different we know. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. As you guys make your way back up to the mansion. At this point, it's probably getting close to 4-ish. we'll say probably more like 5 o'clock.
Can we make sure Enoch gets to see the kitchen?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You guys show Enoch to the kitchen. Liam, I imagine you're going to be there for that? Or did you actually leave and just go to the Hammer and Nail to wait for Click's Emporium to open?
I pictured just Liam walking around Westbridge, getting a feel for the city.
Okay.
And for what it's worth, Liam will not have realized that the Manta Rose and Enoch is going to be here. So he hasn't even thought about that. He has no idea that Enoch is going to be in the mansion.
Okay. Yeah, so you all, bar Liam, show Enoch actually probably the full crew. You kind of give them the grand tour of the mansion, show them around. They've already gotten their rooms and everything. And you show Enoch the kitchen area, which is still and looks completely untouched. It looks like no one has come into this kitchen, but it is completely clean and free of dust. There is stocked food everywhere, and you see Enoch kind of walking around. Yeah, this is real nice. Man. Oh my God. She like runs up to one of the counters, reaches forward and pulls a knife off of a strip. I've been wanting knives like this my entire life. Do you know what you can cut open with something like this?
No, tell us.
I could cut apart a whole cow in like 10 seconds is a bit much. I could take apart a cow quicker than you could blink with a knife like this.
And here Liam's been traipsing across the world trying to find really cool knives, and they were here all along.
Telling you, cooks were the most dangerous of them all. She leans forward and then kind of does a jump to get it on there. Oh, this is so beautiful. So I don't have to cook?
No, and that's good. That was what I was gonna be my next thing. Can we take her to like the dining room and show her the little like there's like a little intercom type horn thing that we like order into, right?
Yeah.
I want to show her how it appears, and then I'm gonna let her curiosity get away with her and how it's made.
Okay. Yeah, you show her the little horn thing, and she looks at it oddly but excited. All right,
Order whatever you want.
I'll have dinner ready for us then. And she leans forward and you see her thinking for a bit, and then she just starts spouting off a whole menu, giving direct orders on what kind of herbs to use, what kind of sauces and things like that, what kind of drinks to bring. And she just almost has this entire conversation with this horn for a bit, both hands wrapped around it. And then, I really want there to be a Veuve Blanc, but I don't want you to go too far on it. You got to make sure to let it just, you know what, you know how to do Veuve Blanc. I hope you do. I really don't know what I'm actually doing here talking into this, but apparently it's just going to happen. So this is going to be real fun. And then after she's done, she pauses for a minute, listens, looks at the table, and then she just scurries back to the kitchen, and you just hear gleeful chuckling and squeals, and yeah, you have made Enoch's day.
So, healing bugs, Corvette.
Yes.
What the hell was that?
I don't know what the bugs are, but she's crazy over them. Creepy.
And you've been down there for a while.
A little bit.
Like
and
a day,
you see
a week.
you see Pell at on the second floor leaning over. You don't see her initially, you just hear her call down, "You've been down there for 2 weeks." And you see Corbett kind of sigh. Huh. Longer than I thought.
And you just like the peace and quiet, the serenity of it all?
I guess it's a bit like... See him pause for a moment, eyes kind of going distant. What are we talking about? Oh, dinner. The bugs. No. Mm-mm. He
Have
just
you
kind
been
of pauses.
sleeping down there?
What'd you say?
Have you been sleeping down there?
Yes. I mean, I wasn't just awake for 2 weeks down there.
Well, it wasn't like you came and went. I mean, you've literally been down there for 2 weeks.
I guess that's... If that's what she says, he says kind of loudly.
How are the nightmares?
Oh, that's a bit personal. I'm fine. Things are great. You all went off to do big things. What did you accomplish? Went to Waterdeep, didn't you?
Want the long form or the short form?
Oh, short form, please.
Okay. Killed a shadow dragon, killed some wyverns, killed a beholder. Now we're back.
Shadow dragon. Well. Beholders.
Some worm things in there somewhere, isn't there? I think so.
Well. You all have definitely been... Oh. Yes. Yes. And his eyes kind of track onto you suddenly, Nina. That's what it is. You've done your hair different. Looks good.
Yes, thank you. Corbett, were you topside when the cults attacked?
The cults attacked? Here?
The Earth cult, specifically. You didn't feel the tremors?
No. Sorry.
Pal, how long ago was that? I call up to the balcony to her.
I think it was like 3 weeks ago. 3 or 4, yeah, probably about 3 weeks ago.
Okay. Does it seem like Corbett is probably still stuck in his traumatic days, like he's just not remembering or aware of things? Or does it seem like there's a new influence over him?
Roll me just a insight check.
$18.
This feels a little bit of trauma. A little bit of permanent madness trauma. A little bit of drunk and a lot of unease.
Well, I'm sorry that we dragged you out of Eunice's. Our experience down there hasn't been great, and we just wanted to make sure that you weren't getting influenced by her or her sisters. Honestly, seeing Sadie and Winnie crawling around,
Creepy, right?
I mean, it was creepy, but it was a little bit more like are they actually coming back? Is this the undead hag situation? So, we're glad you're okay.
Oh, that's sweet.
And if you like it down there better than up here, I don't blame you, because it does have its charms.
You see him blink a bit and really... For a brief moment, you see his eyes clear up as he focuses on you, Nina. And he kind of takes a stumbled step towards you and looks at you. And he's about your height. Like, he's not real tall. He's about your height, looking at you. And what happened to her? Thing.
She's still in the mirror.
Yes, but she's not
No.
all over you.
No, we broke that. Yeah.
Good. I didn't like her. Although, who would? Anyway, anything else you need, or are we good for dinner? Kind of claps his hands together.
I kind of look around at the others, yeah.
Other than a salad.
You know you can order anything, right?
So I think Enoch might take offense if you don't eat what she's ordered for everybody.
Who?
Did order for everybody, right? Not just herself.
Yeah.
She said she was going to handle dinner. I think that meant for everybody.
Nah, I'm just checking. I mean, never know.
Although I am curious, the amount of detail she gave the kitchen. Can you offend our room? The whole concept of 2 cooks in the kitchen, you know?
I guess we're about to find out.
That's funny.
I think I'm not that hungry. I'm gonna go for a walk, and Rowan's gonna get up and start walking away.
Corvette's eyes kind of follow Rowan for a minute. Looks back to you, Nina.
Well, how about I get us all a drink while we wait for dinner, and we can introduce you to everyone else, if you want.
Everyone else?
Yeah, you might just decide the cavern's where you want to be after all.
How many? You brought others with you? Are they all staying here?
Temporarily.
Oh. Yes.
How many is it? We've got Parsonus, Hestava, Philippe, Enoch,
The
Fennel,
twins.
Anise, yeah. Tink, but Tink's probably on the ship, right?
Tink's probably gonna stay with the ship.
So that's at least 6, if
Mhm.
not anyone else that's crew. Okay.
That's, I think I might just see how the tavern's going, actually. That's a bit much for me, my likes. Thank you. It's good to see all of you. Glad you're alive and well. Cheers. Starts to walk off. You see Pell up top looking down. You kind of see her watching the interaction, and you see her eyes kind of follow where Corbett goes until he disappears. You just kind of see like a sad look on her, like a sad expression. And then she just turns and looks back down at all of you.
That was strange.
not any stranger than finding healing bugs that reanimate corpses and are doing something else to the roots of those trees. Maybe?
Yeah, it was all kind of strange.
God's work in mysterious ways, Nina says, and then goes to find a bottle of wine.
I will go find Gulliver before dinner.
All right. You find Gulliver in his office. How do you enter?
That's an excellent question. It's Chara. She just walks in. There's no knocking.
You just stride in and you hear a, whoa! Hello, Miss Chara. Hello, Chara. I was not expecting you, sorry. Closes the book in front of him. Folds his hands, rests it on him. What can I do for you?
I'm just coming to see how things have been.
And good. Very good. The child is running about the mansion, destroying things on the daily. And the drunk one, he's stumbled about here for quite a while before heading down to the cavern with me one day when I went to check on Eunice, and well, he never came back, but I think he's all right. Last time I was down there, he seemed okay. Things have been good. Dinners have been good. Just kind of pauses awkwardly. So, you brought guests.
We did bring guests. We brought guests. Good people.
Good.
Yes.
Good.
Y'all seem to be good people. But listen, I wanted to talk a bit of business, actually.
Business, yes. And?
Oh, well, you seem adept at running Westbridge. You've kept it afloat.
Okay.
Seem to be doing things. I have need of an advisor of sorts.
Advisor? On what matter? What do you need?
Well,
are you starting a business?
am I starting a business? That's an excellent question. No, but I do see myself in the future running a piece of Faerun. And while it's a little bit larger of a scale, I want to just make sure that I have friends in my pocket who are familiar with what to do when it comes to those things. I'm good at talking. I'm a lot of fun. But you put a ledger in front of me and, well.
So, yes, I can look over whatever it is you need me to look over. I'm struggling to identify what it is you're actually needing help on. Just reading ledgers.
Just not reading ledgers, but advising on running a town or a conglomerate or a larger section of the country, per se. Westbridge is growing. You seem to be handling it.
Well, sure. I can help you however you need. I'd be more than happy.
Insight. That seems like BS.
Roll insight.
Great. That's a 14.
I'm sorry. He rolled a natural 20. You just see an old man sitting there, hands crossed on this book, and just kind of ruffling his mustache a bit, not really making eye contact with you much. But you're really struggling to get a good bead on him. Anyways, I think it's about time for dinner. We should, you should probably head down there. I'll be down soon.
Sure.
But yes, bring me whatever contracts, ledgers, business plans, whatever it is you're needing help with. I'm more than happy to look them over.
As you were, Chara would just kind of leave the room.
Door closes. You head downstairs, join the rest of them. Liam, you are headed over to Click's Emporium. It's not anywhere near dark at this point because it's probably about 6 o'clock. But I'm sorry, it is absolutely dark out. It is like basically the month of, I think it's also known as the month of the rotting. So it's kind of like November. It is dark. You see the familiar colored lights on the lemonade stand, and you walk around the corner and you see Click sitting there at his stand, arms crossed, just kind of tapping.
I'll walk up to Click and say, "Hello, shopkeep. How are you?"
Hello. Welcome to Click's Emporium, where everything you could dream of could be found. What can I do for you?
I like the pitch, Click. I like the pitch.
Pell gave me some good pointers.
She's a smart one. So tell me, what you got here?
Well, I've got several things here.
Starts pulling things out. Go ahead and roll a D100.
Ooh. I never get to roll my 100. Okay, that is a 92.
92. You see him struggle at first as he pulls out something. He climbs up onto the counter, reaches down, and pulls it up onto the counter. And you see essentially what looks like a set of armor. Let's see. Yeah, it's a set of armor that looks like mariner's armor. You see it's got a dark blue hue to it with silver and gold kind of inlaid about. And you see just like some slight, not conicals, sea life type stuff embossed in the armor of it.
This is Mariner's armor. It's very good armor. It's pretty uncommon, but I think it helps you when you are swimming. to make you faster, just as fast as you could walk.
Interesting. Interesting.
He would also tell you that whenever you start your turn underwater with 0 hit points, the armor causes you to rise 60 feet towards the surface. And it's decorated with fish and shell motifs.
Okay. Okay. Tell me, what type of armor is it?
Whatever you want it to be.
Whatever I want it to be. Interesting. Is it a light armor?
Is that what you want it to be?
It's what I can equip.
Then it's light armor.
Ooh, fantastic. Interesting, Pell. Not Pell. God damn it. Interesting, Click. Tell me, how did you come across it?
It's just what I do.
Very fair, very fair. So tell me, how much does this armor cost?
This is pretty uncommon, so it's gonna run you probably around 250.
250.
Mhm.
Okay. You drive a hard bargain. Let me see. Do you have anything else?
Sure.
Roll D100.
Okay. That one is 6. Wait, hold on. 00, that's just 0, right?
Yeah. What was the other number?
6.
Yeah.
Okay. So it never actually goes up to 100.
Well, so if you rolled,
Right. If you get a 10 and a 00,
Yeah.
that's 100. But you got a 6, so that is a 6. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, still not used to the
It's weird.
100.
Yeah.
Okay, so he pulls out a potion of greater healing.
This is a potion of greater healing. This is worth about 100 gold pieces.
Mhm.
And then roll one more D100.
Ooh. Uh, 27.
He also pulls out a potion of resistance.
Okay. And how much is that?
Let's see. That is going to be about 300 gold pieces.
Ooh. What does a potion of resistance do?
When you drink this potion, you gain resistance to one type of damage for 1 hour.
Ooh. Do I want it? Do I want to spend the money on it? I don't want to make this like a super long thing.
Oh, you're
DM,
fine.
is this all that Click has?
Yes.
Okay, so just these 3 items.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the modifier on the? What's the armor class of the Mariner's armor?
It is so for the light, it can be either padded leather or studded leather.
Ooh, okay.
So whichever one you wanted it to be.
Study would be perfect.
Okay, so that'd be 12 plus your dexterity modifier for the AC on it.
Perfect. Okay, so my AC doesn't change, but I get like a bonus effect.
Mhm.
Okay, we can live with that. And it's a swimming armor.
Mm-hmm.
So if my sister gets stuck in water, I can help her. Okay. Okay. Click.
Yes.
You run a hard bargain. You run a good shop. I'd like to buy the lot from you, but I'd also like to throw in 50 gold, bring it up to 700, with the idea that if you come across anything really, really special, and you keep an eye out for something really, really special, you hold on to it for me.
Like something rare or very rare?
Yes.
I will do that.
And I will. The 50 is just a finder's fee. I'll pay whatever it costs when we get there.
Thank you.
And takes the gold, completes the transaction, holds out a hand.
Thank you for coming to Click's Emporium once again. We are very happy to have you as a returning customer, Mr. William.
Click. I wish nothing but the best for you in your shop. I will always come back. In fact, I might have someone that could help you out a little bit. Have you ever heard of the Page Turner in Waterdeep?
No.
Send them a letter. Tell them I connected you, and that you're running a shop in Westbridge, and I said that you would be a big help.
Okay.
Okay.
Where do I
Click.
send the letter to?
Shit. Who runs the Page Turner again?
Rashal.
Rachel. I am a terrible, terrible player.
We'll say
I
you
should be-
give him the shop location and everything and are able to get
I
that
should be
info
sure.
to him.
I should be shunned and banished. But
Ah.
yes. And I'm just gonna look at Click and say, Click,
Yes.
I'm really proud of you, buddy.
Oh, thank you. It's coming along quite well.
You're doing a great job.
We're really proud of you, too.
Aw, thanks, Click. So I'm gonna take the potions and the armor, and gonna head back to the mansion.
Okay. You can add all of that to your inventory.
Woo!
Deduct 700 gold pieces.
I already got rid of the 700 gold pieces.
Expender tonight. Okay.
I had the money.
Rowan,
Yes.
wandering the streets. Where are you headed?
No.
Anywhere in
probably-
particular or just kind of doing a route?
No, actually, I probably would have gone to where the pool is in the house.
Okay. So the back of the mansion.
back, yeah.
Mhm.
And do you have a? Can we see the picture of the mansion?
Are you not on the mansion?
I
No,
see.
you're not.
Yeah.
Here you are.
Yeah, that's
Real
right.
quick question.
Stairs that went
Um,
there.
Sorry, guys. Real quick question. I'm trying to add in a potion of resistance,
Mhm.
but there's no specific like just resistance. It's any other type. Do I just pick a type?
Oh, let me just roll a d10.
4.
Okay. Force.
Okay. Cool.
It's actually
Sorry.
a good one. Yes. Okay. So, Rowan, you head into the pool area, and it's dark out at this point. You see the glass ceiling, and you see the moonlight coming through, just reflecting off the water.
I would walk around to where there's steps that descend into the pool.
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably take off my shoes and sit on the steps so that like my feet are not quite touching the water, like one step above actually entering,
Mm-hmm.
and just sit down there and look at the moonlight reflecting off the water. And then just basically break down crying.
Yeah. What are Rowan's thoughts in this moment?
Absolute guilt about everything that happened to Corbett. The fact that the man that she met is basically gone. That there's nothing that she can do to help him. So basically feeling like she's failed him. Even though he tried to put on his brave face and stuff, just seeing almost like that haunted look that's still there behind the eyes. And just trying to remember when he used to play his music and how that music, even if he could play it, would never have the same tune to it. So she's probably ugly crying.
Mm-hmm. And what's your passive perception?
Passive 13.
You are sitting there, all these emotions and thoughts rolling out physically. The tears just kind of creating these little drops into the pool, rippling, and you don't even notice when there's 2 ripples next to you, and a moment later you just hear a voice. It's going to be all right. You don't have to cry. And you see Pell kind of suddenly go visible, and she just puts her arm on your back and pats you. He's gotten better. He really has.
Probably start crying a little bit harder because of the fact of a child is as knowledgeable as she is.
Yeah.
I don't respond.
She just kind of leans her head to the side against your armor. He's getting better every day. He smells like shit, but he's getting better. Some days are better than others, but, you know, everyone has their bad days, right? I think he likes it down there. I think it reminds him of home. Well, of where he used to live.
You're willing to watch him?
Hmm?
You're willing to watch him?
I watch everything. Now he can do it without anyone knowing. She holds up her hand, shows you the ring.
Well, now that makes sense why you're able to sneak up on me. I would have saw you coming a mile away.
I'm really quick and quiet. Speed is my thing. But it's okay to
Good
cry.
kid.
You can cry as much as you want. Sometimes I cry. Sometimes I ugly cry. I did that in Gulliver's office once. He got real weird. It was really funny. I wasn't really sad. I was just doing it to make him awkward.
So is that why he calls you just a little shit?
Probably.
You don't need to see this, Belle. I need a moment.
Okay. She stands up, feet out of the water, kind of kicks it off a bit. And then she's still small. She just kind of, from behind, leans forward, gives you a hug. All right. And then you feel a whack against the back of your head. And then she goes invisible and just runs off.
1 point of damage. Okay.
Not that hard. She doesn't do it hard. All right. The rest of you wind up at dinner. Liam, do you head back to the mansion after? Yeah.
I do.
You get back in time to see everyone at the dinner table. A lot of them are partially through their meal. Everyone's just kind of enjoying sitting, talking. Gulliver's there as well, at the head of the table, quietly just kind of eating his meal. I'm not going to make any of you roll for it. It is very obvious that he will cast glances over towards any time Parsonus will lean over and like talk to Chara or anything like that, and just these like kind of eyes narrow slightly before he just continues eating.
Do I get a look at everyone who's sitting at the table?
Oh yeah, everyone's there.
Do I see Enoch?
Mm-hmm.
William's immediately gonna like tense up and just say, "Hey, hi guys. I did some shopping. I got some potions for us, and yep. And I'm gonna try to find an empty seat and try to hide."
Mm-hmm.
More potions? We have 6 of them.
Well, now we have 8.
Bet you they're not as cool as these ones.
But tell me, what are the potions you've got? I've got a potion of greater healing and a potion of force resistance. What have you got?
Well, since you've asked, and Nina starts pulling out the 6 and kind of sets them off, and she's like, we've got a potion of the senses, some essence of moonlight, a flask of lion's roar, a flask of explosions. This one's a potion of illusions. This one's a tincture of shrinking.
Interesting. You know, Nina, I've always wondered what the moonlight would be like. Can you tell me what the potion of moonlight does?
Well, it lets you cast moonbeam, obviously.
Ah, okay. And now, will it allow me to taste the moon when I drink it?
I bet you if you combine the potion of senses with the flask of or essence of moonlight, it would.
Ah.
Go ahead and roll a deception check.
Okay.
And Liam, you can make a insight check if you would like.
16.
Liam's looking right at her. Oh, okay. What's that with that modifier? Ooh, that's an 8.
Okay. You have you are totally sold on this. Like, this is some really neat potions that your sister has identified.
You know, sis, I trust you implicitly with my life that you would never do anything terrible to me. You know what? Let me try these now. At this point, do I know that Enoch cooked? Like, just by looking at the food, do I know that it was Enoch's cooking?
It wasn't. It was the houses.
Yeah.
No. Well, never mind that.
It smells delicious, though. But you were used to that before.
Let me try these potions.
But now he tastes everything.
Yeah.
Let me see what moonlight tastes like. And then we'll have some food. So I trust you implicitly, Zell.
I would like to, as he's trying one of these under the table, I'm going to cast Prestidigitation to make it so that he tastes the melon soup.
Okay.
I'm gonna take first the potion of senses. Or should I mix the two to taste moonlight? Like, how would that work?
Go ahead.
Nina, I will say Nina specifically said take the senses and then take the moonlight one.
Okay. I'm gonna drink the potion of senses.
Okay.
What am I tasting?
You don't taste anything. You immediately smell Liam's most hated smell ever.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
And I wink at Pell.
A 1? Yeah, Liam. Yeah. What is the worst thing you've ever smelled?
It was when I was apprenticing as a leather worker. We were given this carcass that was left out in the sun for too long. Bloat had set in, and I was told to start cutting into it. When I did, all the gases just exploded out, and I was covered in viscera of this rotting carcass.
Yeah. Liam, you smell that. You feel it almost as if you have just dranken that. And you immediately start vomiting. Just right in front of everyone. And you actually, something new happens too. You feel your taste buds go numb a bit, and your Constitution modifier is dropped to drop by 1 point for the next 8 hours.
Oh, for 8 hours, okay. So the modifier now is 0. I have no modifier. It's straight rolls.
Yeah.
Liam's gonna just pick himself up. Oh, okay. That was rough.
Maybe it didn't mix well with the other potion. First one, back in Waterdeep.
Well, I haven't had the moonbeam yet. I only had the potion of senses.
No, the one that you took back in Waterdeep.
Oh. Well, we gotta live with the dice we've rolled. The cards were dealt, and other gambling metaphors.
You immediately puke again.
I need
My goal with this is to make him have a food aversion to the melon soup. Like I literally, like Nina wants Liam to hate this melon soup because he went through so much to try and taste it, and now she's gonna make him hate it.
Everyone, Liam, as you continue to just vomit, you say a few words and just start vomiting again. Everyone at the table, well, mostly everyone, has just stopped eating and is just watching this with varying degrees of disgust or just upset. Like, it's gross.
Liam is like, okay, Liam desperately wants to get this taste out of his mouth. So he's going to grab a potion of essence of moonbeam or moonlight. He's just going to down it.
Immediately melon soup.
Yeah. Melon soup. Go ahead and roll another con save.
Such sibling energy right now.
What is Pell doing through all of this, out of curiosity?
Pell's seated at the table, like legs kicking, and she's just watching, like with a mix of excitement and yet kind of disgust every time he vomits. She's like she's grossed out and yet she's a mixture of grossed out, excited, hilarious, a little worried.
Liam rolled an 18.
18. Okay. Oh, wow. It tastes like melon soup. It is, you don't take any negative from this one. However, the vomiting stops, but you still now have this taste of bile and melon soup and that smell in your mouth.
Go on, try to cast Moonbeam. Don't
Yes.
put it on anybody though, because it hurts.
I'm going to just look at Enoch and say, did you know that your cooking tastes like the moonlight itself?
Roll. God, I don't even. Roll a persuasion check, I guess. Actually, it'd be deception. That would be deception.
I love
Well-
how I just the DM.
Are you talking about her cooking in general or the melon soup?
The melon soup.
Okay, roll deception.
That's a 20.
Okay.
A dirty 20.
Minus, did you?
There's no minus. Well, I mean, it's not a con.
Oh no,
right?
no cons. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, it's not a negative to your con. I'm sorry, it's a negative to your charisma. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. You still beat the roll, but yeah, I'm sorry, change that. It's a negative to your charisma.
Oh, okay. So I only have a +1 for charisma now.
Yes, correct. For the next 8 hours. So yeah, 19. She just kind of nods, but you see she is looking at you with wide eyes. Like she had food on a fork, had midway to her mouth, and she's just watching you. Everyone's watching you as you've vomited all over the floor. And as you turn to say this to her, you still like have some dribbling on your chin, and she's just like, oh,
Maybe we pause on dinner and come back to dessert later after a drink.
Liam is going to just smile at Enoch for what he just said, and then immediately run out of the room because he feels like he's about to vomit again.
Nina will also visibly prestidigitate the puke away so it no longer smells like that in here. And this is why we don't mix potions, she says aloud to the group.
You see Pell looking very satisfied She starts digging into her food, and she just gives you the biggest, cheekiest smile.
I wink at her again.
She just gives like thumbs up.
Sorry, friends. When we're home, we like to play pranks on one another. I didn't think he was gonna puke.
Yeah, that was disgusting.
He did it after we teleported too. I'm starting to think he's got a little bit of a weak stomach.
Yeah, everyone just kind of quietly goes back to eating. Some of them aren't. Like Parsonus kind of set his silverware down and just picks up his glass of wine and just kind of see him staring at the table, just kind of swirling it. Hesteva goes back to eating. Philippe, he's kind of cutting at his food, kind of pushing it around on his plate. Kind of looks a little upset, but then he starts to kind of slowly eat.
Chara, how about we, I don't know, go entertain folks? A little music, get out of this room for a bit.
She might have stepped away for a minute.
She actually had to go. She
Oh.
had an emergency. She posted in chat. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, got it. Okay. Chara, I totally missed what you were saying because I was expecting her
Yeah,
to respond.
Nina's just trying to give everyone an excuse to be able to get up and leave. So she's just like suggesting that we go to like the piano or go to the sitting room, or like Chara can play some music or
Right.
something. Yeah.
Yes, I can play music. We can have some drinks. There's a nice bar at the back. Come on. And she stands up and would head towards the back area, pull out one of her instruments, start playing. And yeah, everyone kind of mills about. Some go back to their rooms, some go to wash up.
Has Rowan come back in? Did she come back in for dinner?
No, because when I got up, I said I'm not feeling hungry. You guys have fun or whatever, but she's not come back.
Okay. Night passes on. You all headed to bed, or did you have things you wanted to do tonight?
I think as everyone kind of like disperses and does their own thing a little bit, Nina just wants to check in with Nathan. She kind of like ask him, you know, I know I only said it was 3 days, but did your guys' trip go okay?
I mean, yeah, nothing too exciting happened. At one point, we did a ritual thing with Chara and asked Thing some questions.
What kind of questions?
Well, you know, they keep going back to the "Am I Rowan's dad?" which I know is not true, but we didn't ask that. If I had malicious intent when I took Rowan, which of course I didn't. It's pretty obvious. If she was the kidnapped child, which she's not, and if Chara's family was looking for her, which they're not.
Oh. Last one's a little out of left field, but okay.
We left it for Chara to ask.
Sure. Are you okay? I mean, them asking all of those questions, that's... I don't know. I don't want to say offensive, but also maybe hurtful after everything.
Oh, no, it's definitely both those things. But at the end of the day, I mean, the answers are nothing I wasn't expecting. I already knew. Pretty much I already knew the answers to that in my heart, so I never had to worry. But I'm glad Rowan at least has it straight now.
But are you okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine.
Good.
How are you after being downstairs?
I didn't really realize how much guilt I still have about Eunice and Winnie and seeing Winnie crawling around again. And with what Eunice said, I thought for a second that I was going to be like facing off with another hag who wanted revenge or something. Relieved now, but definitely panicked in the moment.
It's understandable. What? I don't know how to ask this, but what's making you feel guilty?
Right. I kind of like look around and make sure no one is listening to us. I didn't kill Winnie, but I killed Winnie.
I mean, not really.
I mean, I would have had to if she hadn't have done it herself.
And at the end of the day, I mean, she technically sacrificed herself, so you didn't have to.
I know,
So
but
you feeling guilty is kind of insulting to her.
guess I feel guilty about the hole that the loss of her left in this town, and I know that Yala's been filling that in a way, which I don't know, maybe is a little bit of Winnie's spirit or something. I don't know, but she was still a healer in the area, and whatever her past was, I don't know. It's dumb. And she kind of like looks down into her drink.
It's not dumb at all. And he'll actually reach out and like lift your chin. Please don't ever think that your feelings are dumb, because they're not. But I mean, yes, it's a big loss for the town. I get that. At some point, the town would have gone through that. So either way you look at it, you gotta just kind of let that one go a little.
All right, I'm trying. I honestly thought going back down there would be a little bit of like a closure, because I could see that Eunice was doing okay, and I mean, I guess she is, and in a way it is closure, but I just didn't expect it to hit me in the face like a dead body.
Yeah, no, that was creepy as hell. All of it from get-go. Like, absolutely. That was weird. Very, very weird. I don't even know where to go with that from there.
Yeah. Me either. And Nina just like reaches over and grabs the bottle and like tops off our drinks. I don't know. I'm just glad we're all back together. I'm glad things are okay. And now we just need to figure out what the fuck is next.
Fair enough. I think at the end of it, the easiest thing to say, though, is at the end of the day, yes, it's a bit of a hole here, but they'll fill it with time. So you don't need to worry about it. It'll be good.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I mean, if it'll make you feel it better, we can go take a bath.
Oh, I already did that. And then Pell and Liam walked in and it was awkward. But a bath would be nice. They're always nice.
He just stands up and smiles and like leans down, kisses you on the cheek gently. Think you missed the wee part, and he walks off.
And she just goes beet red. But would probably follow.
Yeah, with Charo's accompanying music just softly in the background, some light conversation around the two of you head off to the bath, and we'll say everyone, after a relaxing evening for the most part, for most of you, you all can take a long rest. Liam, 8 hours later, so your charisma modifier returns normal. And this is probably a good place to go ahead and take a 10-minute break. You guys can think about what you want to do the rest of the day for the next day.
Sounds good.
Great.
All right.
Yep.
Break. So the next morning, you all wake up to
Rowan's up early.
Rowan's up early?
Rowan would be up early and probably be doing laps in the pool.
In the pool? Yeah. Get them laps on.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah. Probably as you're doing laps, you probably notice at one point Hestava walk past, and you see her set something down on the kind of like the little table off to the side, and then she would march out and walk off. And after you finish your laps and you kind of get up, you notice it's adorable. Is that her leg?
It's her little raccoon tail while she's taking a nap.
Oh. Oh. But you get out of the pool after a while, exhausted, and you see it's a tray with breakfast food on it. And as the rest of you wake up, I assume Nina is the last to awaken.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah. Especially after a long, luxurious bath time. And yeah, you guys wake up the next day. The day is yours. You all get some breakfast. Anyone have any plans? Do you all want to meet together? What tell me what you want.
I think Nina does want to try to corral everyone into a room to talk.
Okay. Yeah. So after everyone's kind of had their breakfast, gotten cleaned up, and she starts corralling everyone into one of the bedrooms. Whose bedroom are you guys going into?
We don't have a conference room in this house.
There's Gulliver's office. You could go into like one of the like sitting rooms.
Gulliver, get out.
Yeah, you're right. Nina, where you want to take us?
Sorry, one sec.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think she comes down later, finds everybody, and would probably, I feel like I know it's still morning, but I think the bar is her go-to solution because she can stand on one side and everyone can face her,
Mm-hmm.
or something like that. That's like her usual, yeah.
Yeah. Char would absolutely take one of the stools and like hands on the counter, just kind of lightly patting. She just kind of looks at you. There's going to be mimosas. That's right. We're doing breakfast mimosas, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Great. And yeah, party kind of files up to the bar, takes a seat. You start handing out mimosas to those who want it.
Rowan doesn't take one. She passes on it.
Mm-hmm.
So, we've had a pretty crazy month, but let's just be real. We've got shit to do, and we got to figure out what the next step is. Any ideas? Anyone?
You gotta love it. You gotta love the background sounds. It's great.
He just apologized.
Oh, it's totally fine.
I know Allie's not here, but I'm gonna say it for the video in case she watches.
Mhm.
I think Chara, with her passive perception, would notice that Nina's actually wearing one of Nathan's shirts.
Oh, God. Yeah,
I'm just leaving that as an Easter egg for Allie for next session.
100%. Yeah, and even as you hand her mimosa, you kind of slide it over to her and she grabs it and you see her sniff the air. She just kind of smiles down into her drink. Called it.
So we could check in with Renwick. We could go back to the Earth Cult since they decided to pay us a visit here. We could try and track down the Fire Cult after what happened in Waterdeep.
Oh, shit.
I guess we want to think about travel distance, right? I mean, we just traveled almost 4 days to get here.
Yeah. And how far away was Renwick? Renwick was 3 days back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
I mean, I can ask a few questions and see if that helps kind of figure something out, but what exactly are we aiming at? Is there a person or a thing that we're after?
Well, I think we still are trying to figure out, I don't know, where this Elder Eye is, right? How they're
Right.
trying to bring it about, so we need more intel on that. Sorry, I think we all just got super distracted by Allie.
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
Yeah.
Feel so bad.
And I lost Rowan. Did everybody else? Or
She's back. Oh, she's like frozen. She's back-ish.
I was gonna
How
say,
about
did
Storm?
I'm seeing her okay.
go bye-bye? Alright, let me refresh.
No, I'm seeing her as a spy.
Oh, no, she just froze. Yep.
Yeah, the storm that's over her house might
Yeah.
have kicked in. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
All right, so let's think about this, guys. 3 days to Winwick, right? How many days to the Fire Cult? And how many days to the Earth Cult?
So Nina is the only one that would know how to get to the Fire Cult. And where is it? There it is. From where you guys are, you know it would probably be, so it's about, from Red Larch, it would have been far faster. It's not too far, somewhere in between Feathergale Spire and the Sacred Stone Monastery. So it's in the Jesserin Valley. From Westbridge, it's going to be about 52 miles.
Okay, so we're trying to find this Elder Eye thing. Follow-up question. Do we know who would know about them?
Well, everyone we've asked that I have thought about outside of the cults hasn't been much help. The only other person, and you guys aren't going to like this, but that I can think
No.
to ask.
Move on.
Okay. The cults themselves.
All right. I just don't feel like killing a hag today.
No, I get it.
Nonetheless.
I get it. That's why I moved on.
Because I will. Okay, so far, cult-wise, we have been very reactive in what they're doing. And we've basically been playing defense and react. So why don't we play some offense?
I agree. I also know that we've called this home, Westbridge, I mean. But based on where the cults are, I think we're too far north. I think we need to consider being on the road for a bit, camping, or else trying, going back to Kaylessa at Red Larch. This can be home, but I think while we try to figure this out, we need to be closer.
I mean, technically we have a ship.
Do we?
Do we?
I have no idea.
We all look at Chara.
She sits there for a moment before she realizes everyone's looking at her. Oh yeah, no, we totally have a ship. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a
Being
thing.
said, we have a ship we could hire at the very least with some pretty good crew.
That's a good point. Okay. Distance aside, then. I know somebody I could maybe... I mean, I don't want to say I can get us an inn at the fire cult, because after parading around like her, I don't think their cultish leader will be very fond of that. But I do know where we can get in there. Or we can go back to the Earth cults, where we left after saving all of those people, and try to get back in.
For sure. When you guys went and visited Shush, did you ask him about the what'd you just call it?
The Elder Eye?
Yeah, that one.
We did do some reading about it. That was actually what got us kicked out of the library originally.
Right.
And I would like give him the download. I don't feel like it was like anything super, super new. Like Flick's letter had conveyed a lot of it, and then we had filled out some other things. I gotta go to my
Right.
conspiracy board. But yeah, I don't know that we got anything extra out of it.
There is something else. You remember us seeing the name Razor Blue?
Right, the demon that was fucking around with me and with you, or the shards or something.
Well, apparently he's gonna needs me for something, and is eventually gonna come for me.
So we do have a fifth enemy.
No, he's our enemy. This has been the whole time, right?
Well, I mean, along with the four cults.
I mean, yes, we've known he's been an enemy. I mean, he literally is the one that killed my previous diva, but I don't understand yet what it means that he needs me. And that also means that you being around me puts you in danger. So I wanted you to know.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see how that has changed, but
I'm waiting for new information here.
I'm just trying to be forthcoming, which I haven't been in the past.
Very proud of you. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So I think I finally got to the spot in my notes. I think the thing that we learned was Shush is that it all had to do like with the Razadun, the god, who was a evil deity pre-Dawn Wars, and had to do with the primordial spark, that creation spark that caused like chaos and everything, right?
Right.
The gods
And
couldn't
Rowan.
defeat him, yeah, so he put him in this void harrow, and that's where they're trying to be released from.
That makes sense. Rowan, you're half celestial / angel or whatever. The amount of things you and your blood can be used for in any ritual case, just assume something's always looking for you.
Well, thank you for that comfort blanket.
You're welcome.
Sometimes ignorance really truly is bliss, but
Rowan, I thought we had gotten over this whole guilt about spending time with you thing. What happened?
no, I'm not trying to make it guilt. It's more that it's very targeted now. Well, further.
Exactly. Further. It's Ben. We know that somehow we're all tied up in this, personally. Being around you doesn't change that necessarily. But thank you for letting us know. You sure
Plus,
you don't
being
want a
around
mimosa?
you increases your chances for success.
Oh, and on the topic of just talking about honesty, yeah, you're not my father, Nathan, so don't worry about it.
No shit.
Shocker.
I mean, yes, we knew, but
I feel like we didn't know. I feel like I'm the only one, well, Nina as well, that knew.
yeah, if there's always not an answer, there's a little bit of potential.
Doubt? Mistrust?
Liam just watches this with kind of. He doesn't know how to feel. He's just drinking his mimosa.
Doubts.
Fair enough. Anything else you got answers for that we should maybe know about?
Apparently, you knew my mother pretty well.
Cool. Who's that?
My mother. I didn't know
Fair.
her.
I asked for that.
As a player, I'm like, do I actually even know what her name was? I don't.
Yeah.
You do, yeah.
Yeah, it's Ephemera.
Mira, that's right. I was like, oh shit, I try to remember. I mean, all I have is a name and I think a face. The shared memory we had.
Right. I wasn't really able to piece a lot of that together. So
We've never really kind of sat down and talked about it, have we?
we would have on the 3-day trip in the ship, out of character, at least a little bit.
Okay.
Because that was the plan, was to figure some of that stuff out.
Mhm.
But Nathan has no memory of anything of it, so he would not be any help whatsoever.
But what I know is that she trusted you fully. She
I am
entrusted
pretty trustworthy.
I mean, there's definitely still more to go through, but it's not mistrust.
All right.
Good.
So, cults, Elder Eye.
So, since it's just me and you guys already know me by now, I figure we walk in and make them tell us something. Because I'm getting tired of learning about cities that have exploded after ever. I kind of want to get ahead rather than be behind.
You
Out
aren't-
of the
I understand what you're saying, Nathan, but I do have hesitation. Before you even came along, that's exactly what we did to a degree. Just
No, I don't think we're trying to do that though. I mean, we started to go into the earth called the monastery stealthily. We got sidetracked by finding all those people and we got them out. I think we need to resume that mission to get to whoever has information and then do what Nathan's trying to say. And rather than killing them like we killed Arisi, weaken them, interrogate them, yada yada yada.
My thing is, we've always been moving in a direction in a how to put this, but I'll pause for message reading.
I know. If it's from her, it's like we all want to know what's going on.
That seems positive
yeah.
in a better direction.
Nonetheless, I think every time we've gone into a situation thus far, it's been with zero information, trying to be stealthy with zero information, trying to get through in the morally positive way we can. And I think it's time we start realizing that we're fighting a war. And a war is fought on the rules of the aggressor. If they want to burn some down village, blow up a temple, if we're not willing to step up, we're not going to win. I'm not saying we go in and nuke an entire temple and kill everybody, but we got to stop being nice about it. Because if I'm being completely honest, if we went into these situations and let Nina off the hook, she can do a lot more damage than just covering our asses when we're trying to run. And I have a feeling, Rowan, on the offense, you can probably do some real hurt. But I don't think you've ever been on the offense. Not since I've seen you. Especially for the girl who's a Dragon Slayer. I think it's time we stop being nice.
In the corner, Liam, as he's taking his drink, he uses his glass. He just puts his glass to his mouth, and his face slowly darkens. but he's trying to hide it.
"14 perception. Do I see your face darkening?"
How would I? What
I
is
mean,
it, roll
if
me-
you're trying to not show it, you can do a deception check.
If you're trying to find it, you're going to see it. I rolled a 13.
Yes, you see it, Nina. You absolutely notice it.
Liam, you're being awfully quiet. Thoughts?
Liam just takes a sip. But, like... oh. I know what Liam's thinking, but he doesn't want to share it, and I don't know if it'd be, like, weird if I, like, if it's metagaming or anything, if I tell you guys what he's thinking.
I mean, Nina can, since she rolled higher, she can kind of read it on you. So yeah, if you want to explain kind of what she's getting a vibe off of you on.
Liam's face shifted in reaction to Nathan pointing out that Nina and Rowan were able to, like, do damage. And Liam's just kind of sitting there, feeling like he's a little useless. Especially if this is a war that he's keeping to himself.
Yeah. Nathan's right. I mean, we're all intensely capable when given the chance. We have done a lot of stuff most people can't claim. You know? Liam's got all this crazy power now that he hasn't even had a chance to explore, and Nathan, I mean, you're also a dragon slayer.
Meh. Liam's like me. You put us in a one-on-one situation, we've got it in the bag. You two, you're a group situation. And that's what I mean by letting loose. You guys could level a building. That's nothing I could ever do. But you put me in front of one person, I guarantee you I'm walking away. So at this point, we need to figure it out. Where that one person is, let you two off the hook, and then Liam and Maya can go take care of the one. We will get answers one way or another.
Well, Orisi wasn't anything to underestimate, so just these cult leaders, pretty crazy magic users, but I don't doubt that we'd be able to question them eventually. I think it's just which one? The water cult, the earth cult, they both know us. They both know we've been in both of them. The fire cult's going to be something else.
Which one's done the most damage? Like the earth we know was water deep, right?
No, I think the fire cult was water deep, if that explosion had anything, right?
I think it was fire cults.
Is it fire?
You had the vision, Rowan.
I'm pretty sure it was fire cult that I saw on like the insignia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Water cult tried to level Red Larch. Pretty
Right.
close to it did.
Ow.
And then the earth cult was here. Does that
And-
leave anybody out?
Just the air cult, but that's where that weapon came from. We took care of their leader, so they might still be active, but we don't know.
All right.
So how about this? We want to call this home. Westbridge.
I mean, it's pretty comfortable.
Got some nice baths.
Nina smiles into her mimosa.
Chara also smiles.
Well, someone threatened our home.
That's the spirit.
It's a start.
True. I think that's the best way to make that decision. So
Great,
where
and
do
then we
from
can
there?
go talk to Renwick afterward.
We're gonna need a break afterwards, so get a little rough and tumble and then do some talking.
To an undead lich, what could go wrong?
Knowing our luck, maybe he just shows up in front of our face. He did have a tendency to kind of poof around, so to speak.
All right,
Being
so
honest, that sounds like a plan.
I think Chara at this point Nina, you would see her kind of pause for a moment as we're talking about Renwick. Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you guys. I'm pretty sure that spell he did at the end, I'm pretty sure he like sucked out some of your life force. All of you. All of
yeah,
us.
that sounds about right.
Yeah. I didn't really mention it. I kind of forgot about it for a while, but I don't think it really matters to anyone. I mean, we're all kind of,
That depends on how much he sucks out at a time. If it's like a percentage thing, he's gonna feel pretty good.
I mean, I gathered it was like maybe a decade or two. But I mean,
Oh.
it doesn't matter for any of us, right? Because we all live like really long lives.
Maybe we don't go see Renwick again.
We'll cross that bridge.
Yeah.
Take it back.
We're not going to fight a lich. If we're not fighting a hag, we're not fighting a lich.
Well, with that attitude.
I'm more concerned about the fact that if he absorbs life, like I'll take 5% of your total life with you guys. That's not a big deal. At the time, on the other hand,
For you, that was
that's
like
a lot of
yeah.
years, like potentially infinite.
Well, no wonder he was in such a good mood.
Oh, geez, yeah. Well, maybe he'll be thankful.
All right, back to the people who threatened our home. Nina says awkwardly. So we need to figure out what the plan is for summoning this Elder Eye. We need to figure out how Fraser ties in. Okay, really quick, out of character. He is separate from the Elder Eye. No, he's the same thing. Separate, right?
Based on your research, you would know it's two separate entities.
Right, okay.
Mhm.
So how
Okay.
he's like the missing piece. He is wanting something, but all of these cults are kind of tapping into it. So what is his play in this? And who is he that he's the common thread between us all.
I mean, he's the thing making these cults actually interact together, right? I mean, they normally hate each other.
Right. He locked the hag up.
Basically, we need a location.
Yeah. Or a face. I imagine he's someone.
We've never blatantly asked a cult member what the reward is, have we? What's been promised to you?
When we had Helen Ray, I don't know if we did. That was the blind monk at the monastery. I don't think we got that far. I'll try to find it in my notes.
I don't
I don't think we even got to ask her anything, really.
Yeah.
I think we tried, but she wasn't answering, and then she caught on that I was not the fire cult person I thought I was posing as.
They clearly still want the shards, otherwise Waterdeep wouldn't have happened, right?
Makes sense.
And then the air guys came after her. They came after the staff again. So there has to be some importance to that too. Why come all that way for it?
Oh, I should have had the crab eat that.
Liam? You want to go grab the staff?
Liam snaps his fingers, and Jonathan pops off his belt, and he reaches in.
It's in the ship.
No, we want you to
In my
put something
room.
in, Jonathan. Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Liam's gonna get up, walk away, but he's also he's gonna walk away holding on to Talon, and he's gonna take a quick deviation to deviate away from the path a little bit.
Okay. We'll come back to that in a second.
Yep.
Okay, so what I have from interview or like interrogating Helen Ray, she was chanting Marlowe's "Drawn to the Place of the Eye," the Black Geode, the ever-growing mountain will come and make us in his own image, and then something about Iron Fang, the holy implement of earth power. So the Iron Fang might be what Windvane was to Arisi, but the idea is that they're trying to unleash this god of chaos to remake the world into chaos.
It sounds like they're being promised power in that too. Because breed made in his image.
Yeah, and is the ever-growing mountain... I mean, that sounds like a very earth cultish title for something, but is it actually different from the Elder Eye?
But it could be a good point. They're going for shards. They may each have some sort of item, weapon that can channel it or something. We never got that identified fully, did we? I mean, we have a name, but
Right, we haven't given it to anyone to look at.
we don't know its source. I mean, my sword belonged to a deity almost. It has a pulse of its own.
The other thing I've been curious about is how they keep finding us. And the stones. Like, they seem to be able to find them. How?
Well, I feel like that might be tied to the same way that you and I managed to find Rowan when she was blind and deaf. I don't know. But I mean, magic does allow people to track things. I can't.
If we were able to use that kind of spell, could we not just find either the person that's trying to res everybody or the Elder Eye?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I assume that this Elder Eye is in a different plane, right? That Void Harrow, and they're trying to cross connect it somehow. So maybe it's a little different there, but we could have tried to get more scrolls to locate shards or orbs.
What about the guy that's getting all the people to work together?
The Punisher dude? That's possible.
I can't do it today, but I mean, we could try to commune again if there's other questions we want to attempt to ask.
Chara, do you know how to scry? I can't remember if that's something that you do or not.
Let me think. Scry.
I think she does have some divination tied in, but I can't remember if it's one of her full spells or if she can sub it out with her seance.
I think she said it was a seance one she could do last time we were trying to find Rowan, but... And then out of character too, there's the Punisher. Isn't there somebody else who's like a pain in the butt? Durgan?
Yeah, what the fuck's his deal? You mean
He's the
Rowan's
out
little
of
friend? Yeah, I know.
Because that's out of character, listing wise, the people that we know are going to be a problem or could be. There's the Punisher, there's Durgan, there's the Blue. What the fuck? Help me out here.
Razor Blue.
Fraser
yeah.
Blue. I know it sounds like Razor. It's the most ridiculous name I've ever heard, but
I just keep
This'll work.
picturing the Frasier sitcom. Like, I just keep picturing that guy as a demon.
So there's 3. Is there anyone else that is on our list of bad mojo?
Not anyone big. Mostly just like maybe we could ask this person, but I think we've gotten to all of them at this point,
Yeah.
except for the hag. Yeah.
And then the big bad is Unraveler.
Right.
Who is
So I mean,
Elder Eye,
out of
yeah.
those 3, who do we aim for? Or who do we want to aim for? Because the Punisher seemed more like a person.
Yes.
Durgan, we're not sure about. Whether that's a being or a demon or deity or whatever. And then
Correct.
Fraser Blue, being or not sure?
We know he's a demon.
Yeah, okay. So maybe we aim at the bottom? Go for the Punisher?
Worth a shot. He'd be the answer for how they're all working together. I like that idea.
I'm on
I
board.
just feel like that might be our, I wouldn't say easier fight, because we are going to have to fight it out at the end of the day. But he'll probably have a lot of people with him.
Now to figure out how to find him.
Scry.
If she can.
If not, we have to go find somebody that can.
I mean, We could maybe narrow it down with my 3 questions tactic.
True.
You're muted.
Sorry, I still have push to talk on. So yeah, her spirit session provides you with the ability to temporarily learn one spell of your choice from any class, and it must be in the school of divination or necromancy. So basically, yeah, so she can learn Scry for 24 hours and use it as long as she has a level of that spell, or like the spell slot of that level.
Okay. Yeah. Then, yeah, she would say, yeah, I can do that. Not a problem.
So maybe one of the nights of travel, we do that, figure out a location, unless we want to stay here one more night, and then...
This is going to be an odd question, but what else does Gulliver have in the basement?
have I
anybody
noticed
actually ever-
anything? Yeah,
What?
I've been down in the vault. Have I noticed anything?
I mean, there's the actual vault with the treasures, the kind of dungeon room where Grund was held for a bit. There is, and then the tunnels, the area where the tombs are, and then the long tunnel that leads to the Winnie's cavern.
Because he doesn't have any like magic items in the vault, does he? That we're aware of, other than the ones we put there.
I don't think so. I think it's mostly just a place to hold the city's taxes, and he was using it to pay the Zentarim, and now,
Fair enough.
yeah. But I mean, there's the tombs. If we want to go disturb some dead, see if we can't. Never. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, Rowan.
There's no comment. Just a side eye.
I mean, there's nothing harmful in staying here for another day and trying to work out something tomorrow.
All right.
Especially in the case of if we got to talk to Harsness and his crew. Might as well try to sell them on it before we try to do anything else.
And I mean, like you said, maybe we hire them. Maybe Gulliver has some interest, or someone else in town. I mean, it's growing exponentially. Maybe folks have a reason to want something from Waterdeep.
I mean, we wanted them to kind of be protectors of the town. We should probably get them a little more familiar with everything besides just the quick tour.
I was mostly thinking Hesteva could train some people. She has ex-military training, right?
She does.
Maybe we can pose that to Gulliver and ask if it's all right if we put up a like a call for volunteers or a training workshop that people can sign up for. Given the people that came together to protect the town, I think it might actually be received kind of well. Rowan, you want to talk to Hesteva? Oh, she said.
Sorry. Yeah, I can do that. I mean, that's kind of what made them decide to come here, right? Try and help get the people to be able to protect themselves.
Well, I think
Probably part
Chara's
of the
why
reason.
they came. Yeah.
Well, fair. but I have an inkling there may have been some incentive if it helps people.
I agree with that.
I actually need to tell her to thank you anyways, because she brought me breakfast.
Oh, did she?
Nice of her.
I mean, I was doing laps in the pool, and she must have known that I was a little focused this morning.
I'm sure you were.
What were you wearing?
I mean, just a bra and underwear because I was swimming.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know. I swim in the nude, so I don't know what you swim in.
I mean, with your body, yeah. Why wouldn't you?
Well,
All right. So who's going to tell Gulliver that we have this idea for training some of the townsfolk?
Oh, I'll get that.
Great.
I'll go find Hestava.
Perfect. And Chara and I will sit here and drink our mimosas. I just clink my glass first.
yeah.
When Nathan leaves, he's going to look for Parsness and send him in their direction.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's literally going to go, hey, buddy.
It's a nice shirt.
Yeah, it's yours.
Mhm.
So, how much was it? I should probably pay you for it.
Don't worry about it.
All right, fair enough. Well, Chara and Nina are up having mimosas, drinks.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, you're going to want to go see them.
Why? I mean,
Business
course, what-
opportunity?
right. Yep. Thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry to disappoint your fantasies.
Too early, mate. Too early.
Fair enough. All right, he just taps him on the shoulder. And
Yeah.
walks by.
Nods. Parsoness comes and joins Chara and Nina. You've already started without me. Wonderful.
Don't worry, I'm sure you'll catch up.
And Nathan, you head upstairs to find Gulliver.
Mhm.
He is coming out of his bedroom, dressed, closes the door. Ugh. Good morning.
Honestly, he'd probably go to his office and wait for him
Okay, so then you would hear the door
rather
open.
than track him down. Yeah.
And he pauses as he sees you in the office. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Closes it. Can I do for you?
Well, it's your office. You can take a seat. Unless you're too busy, I just have a conversation I'd like to have with you.
Very good. Heads across the carpet, climbs into his seat, sits down, closes the book, kind of settles things on the desk a bit more organized, and then, all right. What can I do for you?
One of the members of the crew that we brought with us, the ship's the Mana Rose, the one that's parked out back,
Yes.
they have military training. Lots of it. Officers training, I might add, as well. We were hoping that if you allow it, we would set up some kind of a volunteer training area to have her train some people in town as guards or people that could be, helpful around town in that regard.
Roll a persuasion check.
Sure. Dirty 20.
Ah. Interesting idea. I must say I like this idea far better than the Zentarim coming in.
And I'd imagine with the town growing a little bit, you might get some more potential candidates
I mean,
for Town's Guard.
we've needed a town's guard for quite a while,
Mm-hmm.
especially with the growth now. It's only going to get a little more unruly. Then I suppose I need to start going through these. Kind of slaps his hand on a stack of papers.
And what might those be?
Applications for Tom's Guard. I was starting to try and organize, set up some, put out feelers, people that might want to the job.
Right.
Definitely have people coming in from out of town needing jobs.
Well, I tell you what. After Rowan's done talking to Hestava, who is the lady with the training,
Is that
I'll
the
go talk to everybody else.
one with the
Maybe her and I will help
Learn
you go
things.
through that stack.
Yes. Great.
Then maybe have interviews with you afterwards with the people that pass the first check, and we'll maybe make some calls and help you out. We're not trying to take over, just
No,
experience-wise.
I appreciate everything you all have done. You've turned this city around. It's... I was failing it.
And now you're not. Always better to walk forward than backwards.
Indeed. Yes. Wonderful. Yeah, this is a good plan. I like it. I will start going through these. I can at least wheedle through some of them that are potentials.
Sounds perfect. Come join you when we can.
Thank you.
Or at the very least, I will.
It's good to have all of you inside the walls once more.
Got tired of playing hide and seek?
Exhausted. Hide and seek,
Fair enough.
and yes, ferrying a drunkard around. It's nice.
And Nathan kind of stands up and knocks the desk. You're a good man, Gallagher. You
Hardly.
really are. So please, like I said, keep walking forward.
Kind of,
Turns around and leaves.
yeah. See him looking thoughtful as the door kind of closes. And you head back downstairs?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll
Okay.
probably head downstairs to like the bar area just to hang out for a bit.
Okay. Liam. What are you doing as you head towards the Manta Rose?
Liam's gonna walk towards it, but he's also gonna pull out Talon
Okay.
and say, as he's holding it, say, "Hazari, I need some help."
Yeah, you
Do I
say
hear
that
him?
you don't hear anything as your ears muffle and you feel a familiar pull, and you find yourself pulled into Talon. And yeah, you find yourself in the familiar vessel.
Liam's gonna walk around and just see if he can find Hazari.
Yeah.
He's more humble this time.
Yeah, absolutely. You see her walking about. She actually, she's not walking about. She is seated just in one of the chairs. She has a book in hand as you arrive, and she continues reading for a moment before she puts a bookmark in, closes it, and looks up at you. Yes, Liam.
May I have a seat?
Of course. She gestures towards the seat. And as she gestures towards it, the chair just, you feel light breeze come forward past you, and it just kind of, you hear the chair scoot out a bit.
Liam sits and he just looks at Hazari. He's like, I don't want to waste your time. I don't know how much you can hear from here where I am, but we're going to war, it sounds like. And I don't know if I'm going to be strong enough. My skills have always been more about hit and run, disappear, hide, stealth. I don't know if I can do anything in a war. And from what I understand, they're looking for shards. And forgive me if I'm misunderstanding, but Talon was part of a rod, a special thing, wasn't it?
Yes. The rod of law.
Does Talon count as one of those shards?
Talon is one of the parts. The rod of law was sundered into 7 parts. Talon is Coelum. A portion of the rod.
But it's not one of these shards that these cults are looking for, is it?
No.
Thank goodness for that. Liam looks away and then looks back at Hazari. Hazari, I ask, can you give me more power? Something that can help me fight a war.
You see her look over towards the bookshelf along the wall. And she reaches a hand out and kind of flourishes. And one of the books comes out, just gently glides over as she pushes it towards you. And as you pluck it out of the air, you see it's got kind of like a blue leather binding. It looks very weathered. There is kind of like a gold embossing around the binding and some decorative embossing around the edges of the cover as well. And on the cover, you see what looks like it's a rod. And She nods towards the book in your hands. That is the Tome of Akka. It's a historical account of the Wind Dukes of Akka. Mainly their involvement in the Battle of Pesh. But I think you'll find what you're looking for in there.
Liam just holds onto the book. Forgive me if this is selfish or too much, but is there anything else that you can give me? Anything else to help me protect the people I've cared for?
Liam. Read the book. The Battle of Pesh. I was there for it. That is an account of my people. You want to know how we defeated Miska? How we defeated chaos. You'll find it in there.
Liam just looks and nods. And
You're far
Thank you.
smarter than you think.
thank you, and sorry for the selfishness of asking for so much.
It's not selfishness. It's right to want to protect. There's nothing wrong with asking for the means to do so. Use it wisely.
Liam gets up and does says just thank you, Hazari, and does a salute to her
Mm-hmm.
and walks in a direction, assuming that he will walk out.
Yeah, you turn, and before you even step, you just right back out and almost stumble to your feet as you are on the lawn just in front of the Manta Rose.
Quick question though, something I forgot to ask before. When I was in Hazari's, realm, what did the air taste like?
Like dry desert air, not oppressive and not like dusty, just clear and warm with a hint of like fresh oasis air coming through.
Liam holds onto the book, walks into the Manta Rose to go find that rod, and says to himself, I might like this this tasting power. Oasis tastes nice.
Oh, where's my items? Here is your... Ah, don't do that. All...
Us
save.
giving wind vein to the person asking for more power might have been a bad choice.
Not just that, a wind-related weapon to the Wind Mage.
Yeah.
Warlock.
Okay. Liam, you find the wind vane and you hold it up and you feel an oddness to it, kind of a lightness. You feel as you grip it like burdens kind of slip away to a degree. But you grip it, you tuck it away into Jarnathan, and as you do, you kind of feel some of those burdens come back on and the importance of Ural's mission and keeping to it. And you head back to the rest of the group. Find them at you see Chara and Nina at the bar still, and Parsoness sitting next to Chara. Don't eat that plant. Okay. Rowan, you were going to get Hestava? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You find her doing morning routine work, and she gives a nod as she listens to you explain it. You want me to train people here for gods, to be gods?
In a sense, or at least share some knowledge with them to better equip them for the job.
Very well. I am at your service.
Are you sure? I mean, I don't want you to feel obligated or anything. This is completely up to you.
It is my obligation. I'm protecting my family and my crew and extended family. And if my extended family considers this their home, then it is my obligation.
I appreciate that. And thank you for the food this morning.
Your back swing is a little sloppy.
Never really was good at swimming, to be honest.
She walks up towards you, leans down, takes your arm, and does a motion with it. When you're going backwards, you tend to form your elbow out more. You need to bring it back and to an angle. Point your thumb towards your other opposite foot. That'll build the muscle tone.
Feels a little weird, but I guess I'll get used to it.
You will. And you'll build the strength here. And she grips the inside of your bicep and squeezes it. It will also help with your sword swinging.
Well, if no, that needs improvement. Pretty sure you've been beating me the last couple times.
Yes. And every time you get better. Eventually, you're going to sweep the floor with me. And I will be most proud indeed.
As long as it's not because you let me.
Never.
If there's anything that I can help with getting these people ready, as you said, extended family, this place has been through a lot.
I can work with Gulliver. Put together a plan. A routine. We will be here. We will be heading off.
We do intend to leave, I think, tomorrow. Get a few things in a row before we just abandon this place again.
Very well. We will have the city in tip-top shape by your return.
And make sure not to go easy on Gulliver.
You see her head just tilt down a bit. Do I ever go easy on anyone?
No, ma'am.
That's right.
I'll leave you to what you were doing then.
She gives a nod and takes a step back.
I'll turn around, and as I walk away, like, any chance for one more spar before I leave? My sword gang could probably use it.
She walks over to the side where her bag is and pulls out a rapier, tosses it to you, grabs another one.
Now?
Did you mean later?
I mean, we were going to just talk to Gulliver and get the process started, but... Nah, it took me a little bit to find you, I guess. And I will immediately lunge.
Oh, yes. Just for funsies, go ahead and roll me 3, let's say, let's just do acrobatics or athletics, either one, whatever you want to do.
All right. I'll do athletics, I guess.
Okay.
You said 3 of them?
Yep. First one.
Will be 19.
Okay. Second.
19.
Third.
12.
What is your dexterity modifier?
+2.
The first one, you managed to hit her with your initial lunge, and you sweep across the sleeve before she is able to turn and catch the edge of it. The second one, as she catches the edge of it, she uses the handle of the rapier to turn, catches your sword, and swings it around and comes across the side of your neck, just leaving a small scratch. The third one, you tell me how you hit her on this third one.
Oh, okay. So she used her sword to grab me and sweep around.
Mm-hmm. Kind of throwing your arm to the side as she then slashes across just a small little scratch across your neck.
So with the momentum of like my hand being thrown to the side, I will continue in that direction to basically churn.
Mm-hmm.
And basically in that turning motion where I actually like put my back to her for a second and reach back around, I will grab like her forearm that has the swords.
Mm-hmm.
And then basically not hardly like a hard twist, so I'm not trying to do any damage or anything, but the twist so that the momentum of the sword in the hand basically like goes down and hits across the top of her foot.
Yeah. You twist it down and around, and it just slices through the top of her boot. And it kind of pulls you close a bit as her arm turns, and you see her just looking at you. Already you've improved.
Have a great teacher.
And she lets go of the rapier and lets it clatter to the ground. And she takes a step back then. Very good. Keep up with your swim lessons. And next time, I won't even get a hit in.
Elbow.
Thumb to the opposite foot.
Understood.
And she reaches down to pick up the rapier, holds her hand out for you to hand her the other, and puts him back in her bag and tucks it away. And then she marches and heads to Gulliver's.
I'll like watch as she leaves. And I'll just give a slight chuckle. A little bit of a head nod of clear my throat and then go find everyone.
I love it. Okay. Nathan, Liam, both of you wind up returning and to the bar. Liam returns with the wind vein within Jonathan. And Nina. No, disregard. Sorry. And then Rowan also winds up returning.
Has everyone willing to do some training?
Great.
She's definitely got a lot that she can pass on to him.
Fair enough. Where is she then?
I think she was gathering whatever she wants to, prepping. She seems to be very diligent about knowing all the details ahead of time.
Fair enough.
Hear Parsonus
Well-
snort into his drink a bit.
I said I'd help Gulliver look through his stack of applications for Town's Guard, so I'll go do that. If you guys need me, that's where I'll be. Figured it'd help me practice anyways. And he gets up and walks off.
Yep.
I think Nina would have recommended that she and Chara go into town to explore Yala's presence here, so Chara can kind of see it firsthand. I don't know if we want to save that for when Allie is here, but that would just be what Nina wants to do with the day, I think.
Okay. I think Parsonus would take a sip of his drink and look between the remaining 4 of you. So, when do you all plan to head off then?
I think that information is I think that decision is partially dependent on the information we can glean tomorrow. So whatever Chara learns with that spell might give us an inkling into what we want to do, but as early as tomorrow?
Chara would speak. I'm probably gonna need like 5 of you to do that. Well, so I'm like the 5th, so 4 of you. 4 of you. Consider all of you inducted into it.
Voluntold, as it were.
Voluntold. Oh, I love that. I love that for us. That was such a good choice.
See, it's fun.
It is.
Perfect. I have no objections. I will try to stay awake once again.
Didn't get much sleep last night?
Oh no, I slept really well. You and I just have a knack for falling asleep during these seance things.
It is really comforting.
So comforting? Yeah.
I haven't been a part of a seance long time.
You're pretty harmless, but you could see Chara in action. Well, different kind of action.
Any kind of action is fine. You see Chara just kind of...
Liam, you down for a little seance?
Deep sigh from Liam.
Why are
Sure,
you sighing like that? It's fun.
Ghosts, demons.
There's
Why
not
am
going to be
I?
any demons involved. Oh, well, no, there's not going to be any demons involved.
Nina locks eyes with Parsonus and they both chuckle.
Parsonus kind of chuckles and then he's like, technically devil, but...
Yeah,
Liam.
see, no demons.
No demons. Perfectly safe.
Liam rolls his eyes. Fine, fine. But he also starts like thumbing through the book he got from Zari.
Yeah.
So, is this going to be like first thing in the morning thing for you, Chara, or the middle of the night, like with a full, the witching hour type thing, or?
I mean, we can do it whenever. We could do it now. Or we could do it tomorrow.
I don't know. I wouldn't mind helping make sure everything's set up with Gallagher and Hesteva with the best training that it can. I mean, or receive the best training, but
Yeah, no,
just
you
kinda
should
set up.
totally help her.
Why don't we all take the day to do various things? We can reconvene tonight once the sun's down for a spirit session, since that seems appropriate. And then we can cast the spell thereafter, which leaves us with the closest amount of time of information changing between when we potentially leave tomorrow.
Did we just like well thought out plan?
I'm sure it'll go to hell quite quickly as soon as we leave this table, but
I mean,
You just hear from some end of the mansion somewhere.
You're welcome.
It does seem to be here a lot.
well, I'll return later.
Chara, Parsoness, you guys want to go see Yala around town?
Of course.
Y'all want to check out the town?
Yeah, Parsonus would down the rest of his drink. Yes, let's go see this chaos that you have wrought within this town. Slaps the bar, stands up, and offers a hand to Chara, and would walk with the two of you out. Pauses a moment, looks back at Liam. You staying here? You coming with? No. You're deeply invested. Enjoy. Turns and continues to walk on with the girls. Liam, deeply invested in your book. As you read through the book, it is, as she said, it's a historical account of the Windukes of Akka. Or what you read is also pronounced Vati. And you read how they were a race of powerful beings that were dedicated to law, which, of course, opposed the forces of the Queen of Chaos. Queen of Chaos, the Oberonths, and the Elemental Chaos. The nature of the Windukes were unclear, but some sages believe them to be powerful denizens of the elemental plane of air, while others believe them to be angels of Bahamut. But you read basically how in the prehistory of the world of Faerun, the Windukes Empire spanned all of the elemental planes and many worlds of the prime material.
Interesting.
Soon after the Dawn War, the Primordials were led by a Tanari known as Miska the Wolf Spider, that was led by an Oberonth known as the Queen of Chaos, who offered power to Miska to destroy the gods. And during the Battle of Pesh, you see mention of a general, Winduke, named Hazari, who led her company to slay the Queen of Chaos's greatest general, the Miska, the Wolf Spider. And they did it using the Rod of Law, which was a powerful artifact that is 5-foot-long pole created by the Vati. But the Rod of Law was sundered once Miska was defeated, and he was imprisoned in Pandemonium. And it was fragmented into 7 parts, which is how it became known as the Rod of 7 Parts. And as you continue to read, you see different descriptions of battles that occurred within the Battle of Pesh, and how varying Wind Dukes utilized specific spells. And it details greatly some of these spells, 3 of which catch your eye and you put to memory. As your fingers kind of run over the spells, you feel a connection to them, and you take them in. And yeah. Okay. Any questions on any of that? I know I just did like a big dump. A lot of words.
It's a lot of lore. There's a section about the elemental chaos, right?
Mm-hmm.
Liam's going to take more time to focus on that section.
You see that because of when the Wind Dukes were active, it was during a time where there was elemental chaos quite a bit. But it wasn't just elemental chaos, it was chaos in pure form, that many were grasping at. And you see one little passage about this where chaos was rampant in all its stages and forms. And everyone was trying to either rein it in or grasp it for their own uses. Why chaos was rampant is because it had created a power vacuum, had been created far before the Wind Dukes of Akka. And you see in the text where it speaks of this power vacuum, it states in small little kind of subtext, the Chained One unchained chaos. Or let me say that again. Chaos reigned when they chained him and threw him into the void. And that's it.
I know I'm not reading this, but just for clarification, can we know, is it reigned as in a king reigned, or as in like it reigned chaos in some way?
Like as in not king reigned. Probably wasn't the right word to say.
Like elemental rain, like water rain. Okay.
Like it was just unhindered. As chaos is, but it was open for all to take. It was open season for chaos, basically. And those who wanted to grasp at the threads.
And if Liam's reading this correctly, one of the main ways that they were able to handle the chaos or defeat it was with the Rod of Law.
That was later. So it's two separate events. That little subtext is specifically speaking of something that had happened previously. And it was referring to the reason that the Rod of Law came into play is because the Queen of Chaos and her General Miska, the wolf spider, came into this power vacuum where chaos was rampant and were grasping at them to create their own leadership and world and power. And that is where the Battle of Pesh and everything. So almost a separate era, but that is what that's referring to.
How does the book say how the elemental chaos was defeated?
The original one, the
Yeah.
little subtext, no.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. Other than the little note where it says they chained him and threw him away into the void.
And Talon has a second name. You said it was Coelum?
Coelum.
Liam looks at Talon holding it and says, Coelum, huh?
You just feel a slight breeze across you.
Okay. I'm gonna have to look up what the Rod of Seven Parts is and what it does.
Which I know there's the new book that came out and everything. This was kind of all put together before that based on the old stuff. So I don't know what's in the new book. Just FYI, if you're looking at that, there's a good chance it's going to be totally different.
Oh. I didn't realize the new book came out that changed all that. I literally have not.
Yeah, it's all the Vecna stuff that recently came out, and they have a whole section, I think, on the Rod of Seven Parts.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, then. I'll have to be careful about that.
I thought it was all just DM's beautiful home brewing. I was thinking we were gonna keep getting the lore drops that way.
No, it was a put together 3 years ago, and then ironically all of that came out, and I was like, oh man, I'm probably all way off the rails at this point.
Yeah, well, we just ignore the new stuff for now. It's fine.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I guess not trying to look for power or anything, but I am curious, does Talon being a part, aside from all the wind magic that I get from being Hazari being my patron, does Talon being Coelum do anything or mean anything? Aside from just being a part of a rod.
Are you
And would I get that from the book?
from the book? I mean, you see from the book, it does speak of how each part of the rod that was separated and fragmented, you see the names of each. and the symbols with them. You see Ruat, which means chaos. Coelum, which means rain. Justitia, which means justice. Rex, which means be done. Fiat, which means behold. Esse, which means law. And Lex, which means king. And as they put it all together, it reads Ruat coelum justitia rex fiat esse lex, which you read, though chaos reign, let justice be done, behold, law is king. And that is the rod of law.
Okay. Okay, so it sounds like the rod only has power when it's all together. We're going to war. Chaos is coming.
You know, each part has its own power to it.
Oh.
And when it was sundered, each part was given to a surviving Winduke, tasked with the protection of it. And they went far from each other.
So Liam is going to close the book, think to himself, look at Talon and say, what can you do? Put it down and think to himself, we might need those other parts. And then just, that's it.
Okay.
Makes a mental note that he'll have to look into where those parts exactly are.
Yeah. And you spent quite a bit of time reading this and researching. So for the rest of the day, unless anyone has anything specific, I know Nathan and Gulliver and Hesteva are kind of going through organizing the applications, things like that, trying to pick out those that might be good candidates, and setting schedules up for it. Hesteva is making a list of things that she'll need to be able to do the training, including layout of the city. She needs to know schedules of business times, things like that, when she needs to schedule walkthroughs, when people need to be available, et cetera, et cetera. And then she also looks through a lot of the trade routes that come through, caravans, regulars that come through. Just kind of notating how often, if there's regulars. And yeah, she just kind of, with your help as well, Nathan, you all just kind of get plans set up and together. It takes a couple hours to be able to do this, going over things. And then in that time, Rowan, I forgot what you said you were doing.
I would be helping with that. Probably like
Okay.
finding like where the swords or anything are kept that she needs to start the training. Like basically when she puts the list together, like I need training mats or some sort of space to do it, then I would try and find it and help with that process.
Okay. Yeah, you gather a lot of the items. And yeah, then Nina and Chara go basically into the city along with Parsonus to check out the Yala scene. I do think that would be good to kind of save for when Allie's back.
For sure. Yep.
So with that in mind, does anyone else have anything else that they want to do in particular? No?
No, I think we just need a direction. Yeah.
Mhm.
So this waiting on that scry spell, and from there we'll make up the rest of our plans.
Okay. Then this is probably a good, I know it's a shorter session, but it's probably a good spot then to kick it out for the night. And
sounds
then, yeah. That's right. And then next week, I'll look at everyone's dates on when you can and can't. Because I know that we've got the 13th and the 27th. Let me look at those and then I'll post, see where anyone else possibly could do things. I just haven't organized that part yet.
Yeah, I only have the one weekend open. So.
Okay.
Because I think most people said they couldn't do the 6th anyways.
Oh, I'm on the wrong month. That helps.
Correct. Yeah, I think if we wanted to change the schedule, the only thing we could do is move one of them to the 20th. Rowan's still gonna miss one of them.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
Unless my family bores me enough that I just sneak away to my room and get on a laptop on vacation.
Nah. Yeah. And I mean, I know Chara was saying she might be off on one of those two, I think. Which is fine. We do have something else we can do, like a little bit of a kind of a one-shot thing, but it's still going to kind of bring in a little bit of insider on events that have happened. So we can also do that possibly. But yeah, thanks for showing up again, guys.
Thank you as always.
I always love playing D&D with all of you.
That's an amazing bit of lore, and sorry for taking so much time with it, but
No, not at all. Bro, I had this book. I've had this passage shit sitting here in my notes for like a year, probably 2 years.
so it sounds like you wanted me to pick up on that thread for a while now.
I mean, eventually. Some
okay.
point.
Liam's gonna try to find the Rod of Law now.
I mean, that's up to you.
Oh, as a DM, I feel that. I've had this scene that my players created in my head like a year and a half ago that I know they won't get to for like another year, and I'm just like, want it to happen so
I know.
bad, but
I know. Y'all.
You start with like a single breadcrumb, and then it's suddenly like throwing handfuls of bread, and they're like the ducks that are like going after something else rather than the breadcrumbs.
oh yeah, big time.
I have
It sounds like
43
that,
pages. 43 pages of notes on this.
It sounds a little bit like how you for a while had that like setup that Liam and Nina were going to be siblings, but like we almost threw that off by like,
Well, I mean, yeah, if there's one thing I've learned in doing this, you do have to be flexible. You have to be willing to let things just completely bend and break and throw pages out and just go into a new era type stuff, like, which is funner.
Yeah. It's why I've learned to make my like main points just basically their own little thing, so I can just put them to the side and be like,
Yep.
it'll fit here now, right?
Yep.
Right, they can slot in wherever you need them to.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is a perfect chance. More breadcrumbs.
Yeah.
Here's a loaf of bread. Just enjoy.
Or actually, this when we were like literally going through all the details and like, okay, here's the names we have and stuff. I was like, my gosh, is a DM sitting there just chuckling at us like, you idiots! I'm like, you're missing this connection that's been right in front of your face. I feel it. I feel like
I'm not
there.
gonna lie. Half the time, my players will just come up with like the storyboard of just like crazy post-it notes, like Psycho, and I'm like, I'm just gonna half write what you're saying, and that'll be it because you're already going that direction.
Yeah. Just let the players write it. Oh.
But
Well.
after everybody logs off, Meg, I gotta run something by you if that's okay.
Okay. Yeah. Absolutely.
Before you run away.
Interesting. What do you
Um,
guys can plot?
I have
Hmm.
been plotting stuff for a long time.
I am not surprised in the slightest. But it's always a pleasure, guys. I'm glad I was
Yeah.
able to see you.
Yeah, good session.
Yeah, always good seeing you guys. Glad the move went okay so
Yeah,
far.
dude.
Yeah, tomorrow, 10 to 12, they said, I'll get my stuff. We'll see if that actually happens. But
All right.
next time I see you guys, it'll be nice. It'll be nice to think where we left off.